now to sort of rework that map pool a little bit, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they have been putting some preparations into Dust 2, knowing that there are going to be map pool changes. It's a very, very good time to rework things a little bit, so we'll see how they fare on that one there. Train now being added. I think you were saying before, this is the first Train game, first Train official on HLTV, so that's going to be exciting stuff, at least with the new iteration of this map. And yeah, whilst it's now in rotation, it's this point in which and this is where I think it's really important for Sashi to have redeveloped Dust 2, for example, is you have a decision to make as a team, right? You've either got to adapt and start playing this map very quickly, or you need to start playing the map that you ban, because you can't have both. You're either going to end up being picked into or on a decider on a map that you just don't play. So getting those reps in early is really, really important. And I think this is the perfect time as well for a map change. We've had a little bit of a break. Valve had introduced it to the game a few months ago. They've already teased that it's coming in as the in the main competitive rotation. So there's been plenty of time for teams to actually sort of get some reps in and practice and develop some strategies on Train. So I'm actually really excited to see some new innovation, because outside of just matchmaking, Train has been relatively unexplored.
Yeah, and you've also got to consider why it is now part of the qualifiers, right? It's because when you look at how these qualifiers are structured, everything is meant to culminate into that big finish, which is the LAN that we've got at the end of this set of qualifiers, right, in Qatar. So because of that, you're going to want to make sure that the maps are actually in line with what is going to be played at the LAN event, right? And now that we're close enough to that map change, now that it is becoming more public and more tournaments are going to start bringing that into rotation, you're right, it is in fact the perfect time to now start playing Train. It's going to be fun though. I'm not sure if Zero Tenacity woke up thinking that they would have to play Train, but it's also Sashi's first rodeo on it, so I mean, who can you blame?
And I'd be very surprised if we come into this and Zero Tenacity are like just completely lost and haven't practiced it at all. So yeah, I think that we're definitely going to see some interesting stuff. But as I say, of anybody to be picking into a map like Train and to be giving us some innovation and some interesting strategies that we haven't seen out of the map yet, it would certainly be someone like Iceberg. He's a very, very smart IGL. He's a very talented IGL, and one that, yeah, I think could bring some real magic to the table here on this map and explore it in a new way that we haven't seen yet.
I'm not gonna lie, to say that, like, see some new strategies that we haven't seen yet, I feel like you're not really setting the bar too high when we haven't seen anything at all on Train.
Right? I know, but I mean more in terms of, like, I'm looking at bare bones. I've played a whole lot of Train, but literally in Premier, right? That's it. And there's only so much you can do with that when you've just got random Premier teammates or friends or whatever, and we've been practicing smokes. Even, like, me and friends in Discord servers and stuff are practicing smokes and saying, oh yeah, this lineup smokes this and things like that. But not on the level that these guys will have. These guys will have absolutely torn this map apart and, you know, really nitpicked to find all of the best utility and things like that. Or at least that's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, of course, that is in fact enough waffle for anyone who hadn't had breakfast yet. But we are going to be taking a short break. And when we're back, the match should be Everybody, Sashi are so excited to play Train and they want to get to it so quickly that they have decided to forfeit map number 1. No, I'm kidding. That's just me trying to sugarcoat the news. In fact, Sashi were having some issues on their side fielding the full roster, and they will be using a stand-in in the form of Nikodas. So for now, the information we've got is that map 1 won't be played. We're going to be moving straight on to Train, but before that, we're going to be taking a short break, and hopefully by then we can figure the issues out, and we'll be back. There will be a time Welcome back, everybody. If you're tuning in late, we've had a bit of a chaotic start to the qualifier because Sashi has, in fact, forfeited map number 1. But I do believe we have everything in order for map 2, so we should, in fact, be seeing Train, Josh. How are you feeling about that?
I'm happy that we're still seeing Train, right? We were both quite excited about it in the original pre-game, so yeah, it's nice that that's not the map that's forfeited. Also, a little bit of a silver lining for Sashi, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to sugarcoat the fact they've had to forfeit a map too much. It always sucks when that happens, but at least the first map in the series wasn't their map pick, right? It'd be absolutely brutal if they're the ones having the problems, they're the ones that have to forfeit, and the map they have to forfeit is actually their own choice. That would be really, really rough. But you know, having to give up that first map, then still going in and being able to play Train, I don't actually think it's too bad. I think that there would have been a decent chance of losing that first map anyway. There is the contingency of having to play with a stand-in, but as you say, I believe we've got Nikados coming in, who is a bit of a beast, right? So yeah, as far as like super stand-ins go, I think that they could definitely still make things work here on Train. It'd be interesting to see as well. Do you know who he's subbing in for?
I was just gonna ask because we don't have word on that.
If it isn't Lucky, then that adds like a really interesting dynamic, doesn't it? You've got like 2 superstar AWPers, but on a map like Train, you can actually somewhat justify that. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting game for sure.
It's gonna feel like kind of when sometimes I'll just go through and like watch like perhaps FPL demos, and you'll see if 2 oppers end up on the same team, there'll like be a pecking order. They're like, damn, who's gonna have to be the secondary, right? And I believe I had this interview with XFloud, like in one of the qualifiers earlier, and he was talking about how, you know, sometimes there will be kids who are just like new and up and coming FPL, and they'll like run into an opper like Dexter, and they'll still be like, nah, I'm gonna op over this guy. So maybe we see some of that on Sashi. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it though.
I think both of these 2 boys have sort of got similar experience, right? And I think that there'll be a level of mutual respect for sure. But yeah, it will be interesting to see who picks up that primary sniping role, because I mean, the reality is it'll probably be Lucky. Again, if Lucky is not the one that's being subbed out. But if you're Nikados coming in as a stand-in, you almost want to be in the most comfortable position like possible. Like, you don't necessarily know the roles, the protocols. He's not going to have been doing the train prep with the rest of the team. So putting him on an AWP and just making him feel comfortable might actually be the better option, and allowing Lucky to fill the role of his teammate that, of course, Lucky's going to understand better because he's been in the practice servers with him, he's been in the practice scrims and things like that. So yeah, there's kind of 2 ways to look at it, I guess. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how those boots are filled. I just hope that we are ready to sort of get things rolling soon. And yeah, I mean, what do you think about the sides when it comes to Train? I don't know how much of Train you've sort of been playing.
Not a lot.
They've had to like make some little tweaks with it and things like that. Obviously, Zero Tenacity are going to get the pick of the sides. I assume they're going to want to start off on their CT half. But there's been a lot to be said about like the T's being allowed too much space out onto the A site, the Train's giving them a little bit too much cover, and the CT's either not being able to punish and therefore not being able to catch any of the T's coming out, or having to put themselves in like these disgusting exposed angles where you're actually pushing like all the way up to Pop Dog just to have that sight line. And if you don't hit that shot, especially if you're an AWP or something like that, you don't hit that shot, you're just completely screwed. So I don't know. I think that that's going to be an interesting dynamic going into this as well, especially considering, as I say, Zero Tenacity are going to get the choice of the sides.
I wanted to comment on that, right? How the dynamic of positions is going to play out, and I think that's also going to matter when we're looking at perhaps the difference between like Lucky and Nukados, who's getting to play the role. Because previously in Train, the player who's playing Z, often the AWPer, is going to have a lot of control on the map, right? You've got fast rotations, you've got act to highway because you're wielding the AWP. You can take that long range engagement, and you can also get sightline down into main. Now, those are 2 sightlines that are now very difficult to establish, right? Perhaps you can still look into highway as the AWPer, but to get back onto the A site is a conceded effort. You actually need some space to come back into it. Now, the duels have become a bit more straightforward in the sense that there are fewer angles to clear. So I think some of the bullshittery that people would have issues with on Train, we're like, man, why are there like 5,000 vertical angles? Wait, there's an office above Z? Like that feeling is no longer there, right? But in the same light, that was one of the advantages that the CTs would inherently have which would let them have the control that they do, right? Like coming out of main, as a T side member, you would have to look at the left side, you'd have to look at E-Box, you'd have to look at Pop Dog, perhaps someone's in the office, perhaps someone's playing on any of the 3 trains, right? That's not really the case anymore, and I think that really disables some of the opping potential that you've got on this map, because now you don't have as many freebie sightlines and less places that you can scurry off to, and even if you can defensively op, you're often going to be put in a position where you're essentially one and done. If you don't hit that first shot, you really don't have much of a chance to come back onto a site. So I'm really glad we're getting to see it in pro play, but I am almost 100% confident that this is not the version of train that we're going to be seeing by the time we make it to the LAN. There's no way. I think the timings and the angles are a bit off right now.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know, it's inevitable with any map that gets introduced into the pool. It's going to undergo changes before it hits its final form. I think that actually over the years, Valve have got better at making a near enough polished map before releasing it. So like Anubis, for example, they didn't really have to change anything after releasing it, right? It was pretty much good to go out of the box. And that never used to be the case. Anytime a map was introduced, I mean, you think about how many iterations Vertigo went through before it was kind of finally finalized, I guess. Yeah, for Train, I can't imagine there's going to be as many drastic changes, but I do agree. I think that there are some little things that need to be tweaked. I think that, yeah, 100% there's a positive in that you don't have all of these ladders all the time anymore. And, you know, that's going to take away some of the flashy side of things where, you know, old vintage Train, you'd have an AWPer that would jump off the ladder and hit a crazy flick shot and things like that. We're not going to have as much of that, but from like a consistent baseline level of a map that actually has some competitive integrity, it's obviously a lot better, especially on that A-bomb site, right? The 2 trains that you can actually get on top of, it's largely pointless, right? Other than maybe an off angle for like a deep sightline interconnector or something, that red train, there's no real reason to be climbing on top of it. And especially the second train, the Ivy train, you can't even do anything with getting on top of it because there's the wall there, so you can't see into Ivy. It's completely pointless other than for maybe an off angle if you're playing like a 1v1 or something, and you know it gives you a bit of a sight line and, you know, an awkward elevation for your opponent to adjust to, but ultimately doesn't really give you any major advantage, which I quite like, because I do think that, yeah, the ladders on old Train were always something that was just a bit finicky, and yeah, it felt quite cluttered in that area. So yeah, I think that there's definitely been positive changes made to the map. I'm really excited to see it back in the pool, even on like a game development level that isn't necessarily a competitive thing. I like the Valve are pushing the boundaries with it a little bit with like some of the rain and like water effects and things. I think that that's really cool. That's exciting.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that even if you're just looking at it purely from like an aesthetic perspective, then it's pretty good. I was talking to an editor the other day, and he was talking about how the footage that you can directly get from the game engine is now so good that it often doesn't even feel necessary to go through like all these edits. So you would, back when we were watching CSGO, right, you would have to put so much makeup on the game itself to make it look like a brand new title when you were making it like, just to make it accessible to the casual viewer. If you're just someone who's never played CS, right, like if you don't really understand like why competitive games are like designed aesthetically in the way they are, things like that, you probably look at that and you look at something like a newer Call of Duty and you're like, why the hell are people playing this, right? So just for the sake of frag movies and stuff, it would be a much harder affair, but now it's so much better. Like you can just directly get footage on Train, which is fantastic. The rain effects that you were talking about. I'm not sure how much I agree with like having all of those aesthetic details like live while you're playing the game. I would personally quite like it if we had the option to turn things like rain off, but I'm interested in how like some of the aesthetic stuff is going to affect like ready with the Compass broadcast.
Alrighty, well, time to get rolling. Zero Tenacity starting off on their CT side, and with the USPs, a little bit of util. Simca with those jewellies, contact made, and out of main, it's the Glocks to try and charge forward. They've taken a lot of space here.
Okay, 5 seconds in, we already have the bomb down. 1-for-1 trades. Nikodos and Iceberg getting a kill apiece. Yafu and Brute Monster trying to come right in. Look, making it possible. The angles getting a bit confusing, not just for them, but also for me. Jaffo moving in from the right side. He's got 2 angles to clear, but the duels are looking pretty straightforward. Problem is, he doesn't have much time to fall back onto, and that is why he will quickly be shut down. Sashi Esports with the first.
It felt quite coordinated. An interesting approach as well, you know. It's been pretty default to throw those Ivy smokes early on when you're coming out of main. Instead, they threw that con smoke, routed their way along the right-hand side of the train so they weren't too exposed. And, yeah, were able to get that bomb down almost instantly. Zero Tenacity, really not a lot they could do about that. And going into round number 2, no major justification for the force buy either. They did find 3 kills, but still want to opt to save those pennies. So it's just the USPs out. Should be a bit of a bloodbath here on A, but without much resistance, a firing range as the rifles chime through. It is just going to be the single out of Brute Monster. So Sashi, keep it tidy. Now, it looks like they're trying to speedrun this a little bit, put us back on schedule.
Yeah.
This has been very, very fast.
This is also a thing that we will, in fact, see on Train. The fact that the T's are currently a bit overpowered, and it's not just the fact that the team wants to speedrun it, right? It's also the fact that having speed will give you so many advantages here. You were talking about it in the pregame. Just being able to beat the CTs to so many timings does allow, does kind of force you into the mindset of having to go for faster plays, and that's exactly what they're doing now. They're going to send one player out in the form of Altix towards B, everybody else starting to chime in on A, and this is so much space already being granted. Nemanja, the first one to take contact. Molly's main out, and he is going to separate these players, but problem is, he's going to need support very soon. Nemanja finds one through the smoke. Although he's flashbang, it does not matter. Iceberg now stuck on an island behind the train, avoids the flashbang, but can't get away from the bullet. 2 versus 5. Altix and Cabby, not quite the speed run that we thought we were teed up for, huh?
Yeah, kind of hit a bit of a wall with this one. Cabby knows that this is a near impossible task, but we'll have a stab at it. Only the one found, and Zero Tenacity. Yeah, that is actually a very, very good bounce back now they've got the guns out. Just to sort of address the elephant in the room as well, when Ikado's coming in, he's actually replacing Zyphon, the new addition to this team. So somewhat of an interesting dynamic there. Zyphon, who's only been a member of this team for about a week, so maybe still new to some of the protocols, not quite oiled yet. Might be able to fill in quite nicely on that basis. 4 spy up, 2 deagles, 3 rifles. And Old Tech close to B. Takes the contact, can't find the kill, only spots the leg.
I'm pretty impressed by how good the CT control of Zero Tenacity is already. They're not spooked by the timings, nothing of that sort. Early utility has been quite good at stopping Sashi, so any of the faster measures that they might have come prepared with aren't going to work as easily as they thought they might have. A slowdown in pace, Sashi not wanting to make a move just yet, waiting for the smokes from Zero Tenacity to expire. And it's a waiting game. A minute on the clock. Now utility is lined up. Cabby ready with the flashes to assist Nikodos to be the first man in. Quite meticulous with the clearances. Long range spray. Beautiful stuff from Nikodos. I hope we get to see more of that. Simki now in the back of the bomb site. Has to defend. Flashbang to assist Brute Monster, who keeps swinging out. Simke with one of his own, and they're slowly being whittled down, but it's lucky to try and chime back in. Cabby, his position known courtesy of the audio cue, swings out, has to find 2 players on headshot angle, doesn't realize he's being crapped up on, tries to respawn, but Simke has his number. 2 for 2.
Okay, much better. And now the money broken again for Sashi. It's got to be an eco hit. Zero Tenacity will be able to take that lead. It seems like they've just sort of patched the hole, right? They've got a grasp on this A bomb site finally. Putting pieces in the right places. So far, B has gone pretty much untested. Sashi now might use this as an opportunity to dip their toe in the water. They're not going to have too much firepower behind it, so no real bite, but yeah, just a little bit of an insight as to how Zero Tenacity approach this B-bomb site. AVN getting aggressive, can't land a bullet though, but gets the information.
Sashi forced to play this a little bit slow. Now, obviously the idea here is to just waste utility. And that should be an outcome that is not too hard to get. You know the Zero Tenacity are going to be on their toes. They won't allow any cracks in their defense, so they might be a bit trigger happy with the type of utility usage we're ending up seeing. Jaffo, perfect weapon in the back of the bomb site. It's essentially just a lawnmower against the grass if he does start pulling the trigger. He's also got Alvin to support, and there is not a single piece of utility that Sashi can actually use to negotiate.
Really slow stuff here. Considering they've literally just got 2 P250s invested into this, I thought they'd want to get it over and done with, but taking a slower approach, walking into a B-bomb site with 2 defenders there, and the AK will line them up. That's 3, but trades back, and they've actually got space to get this bomb down. AK recovered, chance for more damage. Oltex can't quite deliver it, unlucky. Can't cross either. What a shot from Simka. Zero Tenacity. Just when I thought they might have let that one slip a tad and perhaps given Sashi a little more than they bargained for. They recover the sinking ship. Sashi, regardless, will be on a buy, but yeah, it seemed like that was a pretty done deal when it came to the bomb plant, and I was just wrong.
Yeah, that does make a big difference, right? You potentially see the bomb plant there, and you're looking at a much more locked and loaded Sashi. You need all the bells and whistles when you're playing a map like Train. Oh, they're doing it a little bit faster this time. Avin playing up close and personal on the B-bomb site. In the meantime, Sashi, they try to find some early space, but it's a molly to impede any progressions that might come out of them. Brute Monster, a more aggressive angle. Look back at what Alvin did in the previous round. That was some fantastic shooting, even though Jaffa was off the angle, so you already know he's having a bit of a nice day. Zero Tenacity, of course, walking into this game with their chest puffed out because they have the map advantage. They didn't even have to fight for their first meal, so you also know that Sashi, they've got to fight for it. They've got no lifeline here. Maybe they do in the grand scheme of things because of the format of the tournament, but not for this particular matchup. Nemanja, good kill. Flashbang assist is great. Oof.
This is perfect. Sashi sort of running out of options a little bit here. They didn't have a lot of util to start off with. I'm not left with tons of it either, but a couple of smokes, couple of flashes, a molly. The destination of choice will be this B site, but there is still AVN here. Patiently waiting on quite a deep angle. But a nice sightline that never used to really exist because you wouldn't have the cover from heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Now he does.
Are they going to be ready for it, though? Oh, flashbang's not great. Alvin's not going to get caught out. They don't check it. Still need the muscle memory to build up for that one. Audio cue from Iceberg will still allow Alvin a chance, though. Iceberg wanting to fight back, but he cannot even finish the first serving. 4-2 as Zero Tenacity are off to a very hot hand. And you've got to consider, Josh, there's still a conversation about whether or not it's CT or T-sided, but with the types of angles we've seen, I think the general idea is that the T's should have their number.
Wow, I mean, look at this support as well, calling in the cavalry. And they come without hesitation. Simka saving his teammate. And you can see a stacked up CT side now. They got 3 AK-47s around that organ. AWP, Nemanja behind the E-box. Pistols coming his way. He does not get anything out of it. But his teammates will somewhat pick up the pieces. Still a man advantage. Bomb site lost. Tech 9 pressing further forward. And Sashi are actually going to send this bomb to B.
Oh, Lucky might get a nasty shot here. He's got the sight line at least. Now they're going to circle around him. Love that awareness. Headshot found. Brute Monster down. And barely any resources coming into this particular round. Jaffo still being toyed with. He knows the action is on B, but he still needs to clear out the E box. Pulls out the USB. Now he's getting desperate. Wrapping around. More time being wasted. And he still has the whole bomb site to retake. But he's not even going to go for it. Knows that this is a lost cause. And you've really got to hand it to the individuals there, man. Finding so much space. Cabby with a kill. Lucky with 2. Commendable stuff to bring them back.
It's just sort of bringing it back to basics, isn't it? It's a similar strategy to what we saw on the pistol round, and thinking back to how and why it worked, it was getting those Glocks up close and personal, right? Deploying the Ivy cross smoke, deploying that con smoke, getting up in their faces. That's exactly what they do here with the Tech 9s. Just works beautifully against the rifles, stops that Zero Tenacity streak, 4 in a row with very few casualties. Of course, means that there's still going to be money to buy up here, but Sashi, of course, with an investment of their own. AKs all round. Yet to see that sniper here. Haven't. Very aggressive. Takes a tick from the molly. Gives up his position, but still finds that first.
I love his awareness here. He's dancing around the deep area of the B bomb site. And he just seems to know exactly how to make the footwork happen. Iceberg tickled as he's trying to run away. Doesn't expect the second player to be there. SimK won't get him. Lucky and Nikodos. Tons of work to do, but I think that workload might be piled a bit too high up on their desk. Brute Monster, not a great flick there. Nikodos, though, his utility is going to expose his position. And that should be all she wrote, but Lucky will still want to bring the pen out.
This just feels a little too tricky. But they are spread out. Has a chance to isolate them. He sees the arm, but cannot adjust in time. Simka, the big headshot. Zero Tenacity right back to winning ways. They'll grab that AWP. Actually, we see that AK picked up just towards the end of that round as well. And I just love how sort of proactive Zero Tenacity have been. This is the first time that we've really seen some hard B aggression as we did. And it worked out very nicely. And with the support from Popdog as well. Meant that when Iceberg turned up, he wasn't able to trade it. And numbers just went further against them. Back down to the pistols. Altex with that AK. AWP. Oh, big kill. That's lovely from Brute.
Looking about as flawless as you can expect on a brand new map. Zero Tenacity, though, they've got to hold out for a B push. They've not had the best of luck against it, but Brute Monster isn't missing this time. Avin's so good with the riflery. And coming out of the lower passage does seem like an impossibility when you've got Avin on the case. And it's not even like he's been playing static, right? He's been relevant across the map. We've seen him on middle, late into the round. We've seen him get very aggressive into B. We get a mixed bag of all types of performances from Z10. And Sashi Esport, you were talking about how they're probably feeling, I guess, relieved that Train is the second map and therefore they didn't have to forfeit their own map pick. But this is worrisome, to say the least.
It really is. It really is. And it's very clear that Zero Tenacity have been doing their homework, right? We came into this. We only got the news today about Train replacing Vertigo here in this tournament. And in the back of my mind, it was, is there going to be sort of a bit of a gentleman's agreement? No one's picking into it? Or has everybody been doing those preparations? Because you still want to get rid of your permabans and it can always come up. But wow. Aggression again, this time punished, but Brute's there to trade it back.
One of the first few times where Sashi can actually have a say in this matter. Nemanja, does he expect to circle around from Iceberg? Ooh, narrowly avoids the timing. That's going to be a lot of Train. Strap yourself in, Josh, because we're going to be seeing so much more of these little timings. Molotov now exposing their intent. As the smoke's dropped over, now it becomes a bit more obvious that A is the destination. And Brute Monster wants to wiggle his way back into the site. We still have no idea where that second player is. Caught by Brute Monster. And that is enough of his distraction being served. Now, you can have that second player chime in. Bit sloppy on the spray, but it's still doable. But Iceberg is caught with his pants down. A nade in hand. And a Zero Tenacity continuing to drive this point home.
Wow, wow, wow. Just as you hit the nail on the head about the timings, we see a trifecta of them come through. One by one. Players caught with their pants down, looking the wrong way. This round started off so chaotic. And closed, really, just as it started. 7-3. Bomb plant down. Sashi back to the max loss bonus. Of course, can pull out another buy, but it's felt like that AWP's been lacking. On a map like Train, you feel like you can afford to go without it sometimes, but they've been playing a very pacey setup. Tailored towards the rifles. It's just a shame when you've got two superstar snipers on your squad. Good timing. They traded back. 4v4.
Pretty advanced positions here from Sashi. Iceberg will be responsible for everything here. As far as he is into this, they might have trouble expecting him, but now the smokes, they're actually going to incentivize them to start worrying about A. I'm wondering about what the response is going to be from Zero Tenacity. They've got one player everywhere on the map. One on A, middle, one's coming in from the flank as well, and that flank's timing is going to be everything. Oh, not a good spray from Nemanja. Shut down. Jaffo and Brute Monster. Everything to do. I don't think they want any stake in this matter, Josh.
Felt like just Jules getting sloppy there, right? A better round from Sashi, no doubt, but yeah, Zero Tenacity had their opportunities if they'd have won their fights. Tables certainly would be turned here, but either way, they'll hold on to that AWP, they'll hold on to that rifle, they'll have more than enough money to buy into the next and final round of the half. 7-5 worst case scenario is not bad at all for a CT side of Train, but I think they'd much prefer 8. Big exit kill out of Brute as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, at least they're able to hold on to their horses, right? Hold on to those weapons. And Sashi, I don't think they're going to feel too happy even if they get away with 5 rounds, but at least it's a start, right? You got to lay out the foundation, then you got to do it brick by brick. Money available. You will see purchases coming out from Z10 because it is in fact the final round and they've got plenty to throw around. A fully locked and loaded position for either squad. You look at the round distribution, you can see that Sashi got half of their rounds, 2 of them, the first 2, just off the pistol and the conversion. So this is such a strong testament to how good the gun rounds of Zero Tenacity have been on this CT side. Are Sashi going to be able to match up? I don't know just yet, Josh, but I'm hopeful because this is their map pick.
They've not been able to find any consistency, have they? I mean, the one round that they managed to sort of break that streak in the middle was a Tech 9 rush. A kind of setup that just is sometimes a bit of a coin toss. Final round of the half, though. As I said before, Zero Tenacity looking for 8 rounds. Asashi coming with the rifles once again. No money for that sniper. In towards the B halls, and actually a lot of early pressure being put on here. Text for the pre-fire, but no connection. He knows that Avon likes to play close early round. Molly deployed. He's just going to sit put, call over the rotations.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Avon's already damaging them up. So much damage inflicted. And they didn't even get a piece of the pie. Avon still keeping himself in the duel. Takes a step forward. Shuts down another. Altex sloppy on the spray, wanting to fight back. 3 heads to find. Couldn't even get one of them. And it's 8-4 for Zero Tenacity as we see the end of the first half of Sashi Esports map pick. Things are getting super worrying now if you're a Sashi fan.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, you know, they've had to overcome a lot of hurdles here just to get into the server in the first place. Having those technical issues on Xiphon, then having to bring in the sub, knowing that you forfeited that first map. It's always rough. But they're not looking like themselves here. They've gone for a bold pick, a new map, and so far, not so good. Haven't played that situation beautifully. It's that B anchor up close with the info. Util deployed. Brilliant timings. Now they get to play their attack. The 4-round advantage. Bomb on its way to B. Oltex playing up close as well. Jiggling for the info. He's got dualies, but he is by himself.
Pissed around is going to have so much hinging on it. This duel will matter. Is Oltex going to be able to hold a candle to the performance we've seen from Avon in that lower passage? Or will he fall? Zero Tenacity. Not quite committed to any cause just yet.
Very slow. Keeping Sashi guessing. In the quiet before the storm, Sashi have decided to rotate a second man here over towards B. It does seem to be the destination of choice for Zero Tenacity. As 4 look to breach. The one lurk towards Ivy, but a big kill out of him. It's going to open up some space here.
Yeah, they've got access to the bomb site. Brute Monster looking for heads, but the long-range engagements here are going to be difficult to find when you've got T's sprawling around like cockroaches across the site. And they're not even giving up space. I love that from Zero Tenacity. Ooh, one duel offered. Cabby gets another. As soon as I say it, I should have bit my tongue. But Joffo, he's the missing piece of the puzzle. Are they going to expect him? Nemanja ready for the flank. Gets him off the bomb. Nikodas does find the final kill. And they're quickly going to get on the bomb. A 3v5 retake to get it done. And it's brilliant.
I questioned the setup a little bit from Sashi. Just so happy to give up that bomb plant. The B site can sometimes be a little bit tricky to breach back into, but they were clinical on the shots. From this one here, we saw bang, bang, and then a third right there, not wasting any ammo. 3 bullets, 3 headshots, and there it is again. Nikodas, wow. He is so crisp on those CT pistol rounds.
I totally jinxed that, didn't I? I said they're not giving up angles. You see bang, bang, bang. 3 players peek out.
Yeah, you did
Monster,
a little bit.
ooh, on the scout. Narrowly avoids giving someone a haircut. He's not getting a fresh fade just yet. What if Cabby had a low taper fade? He's got some nice hair, I'm not gonna lie. I looked at the player cam real quick. Yeah, there we go.
It's kind of like your hair.
Damn, I like you as a person. And I like Sashi's setup. They're playing up close and personal. They're making it difficult for Zero Tenacity to gain space, because once you're on the bomb site, it's really hard to push you back. Cabby, waiting for any duels to come his way. Zero Tenacity, they haven't moved a muscle.
This is dangerous from Cabby. He's kind of got support in the form of Nikodas around this corner, but he's somewhat baiting here, right? I mean, he's holding for the pop dog push, but also if Cabby goes down, they surely won't expect that rifle in the corner. So aware that they've lost this main control. They're ready to take this duel as they come around. Cabby with a pre-fire, but instantly traded. 1 for 1. Might not cut it. Nikodas needs to go big. And there's the first, but surely an instant trade. Pressure coming in. And both going down, 2v2.
Oh no, that was the big one, right? If they start to back off, Iceberg could have the right angle. Are they going to anticipate this pop dog presence? None of them looking this way. Do they finally? Oh, nobody's turned around. They eventually do. But it's just such a difficult duel to find against the MP9. And Iceberg with 2 beautiful shots is going to allow Sashi to stay in the game. And that's 2 clutches now back-to-back. I know that's less of a clutch than obviously the 3v5 pistol retake, because that was monstrous. But still, Sashi are going to have to rely on a lot of contingents based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing to say that they've been massively in control of these 2 rounds, right? In the pistol, they lost the early advantage. They lost the bomb site. They had to play the retake. And then, yeah, right there, you're relying on a 1v2. And that element of surprise not being anticipated. I mean, it's brilliantly played, no doubt. But Zero Tenacity. So many angles to choose from. It was almost a bit of a 50-50 as to whether or not someone would be looking towards pop. Buy back out, though. You fancy rinse and repeating. They've still got a little margin for error. They're going to come back in with some rifles, YaLLas, to breach through this smoke. And, oh, okay, not a bad start.
Oh, wow, Iceberg doing so much work. Nemanja, though, will get him. Altex, M4 in hand. He's got the right weapon, but now he's lacking HP. Zero Tenacity, even with these awkward buys, they're still bringing it very close. This would have to be the third clutch to get it done. Nemanja doesn't tap the bomb. It's the full commitment. Is he going to expect Altex to not have rotated over? Because Altex showed his position and then backed off. Nemanja jumping around the corner actually gives up so much audio, and the jump spots aren't helping his case. Flashbang out. That's asymmetrical information and advantage of the CT. Nemanja doesn't see the shoulder. It's all about a single piece of utility that can shut it all. And he knows exactly where Nemanja is. Kind of surprised he doesn't go for the commitment, but then again, he doesn't have a kit. Tries to stick it now. Flashbang to pop. Nemanja finds info, and now he knows it's safe to swing out because he's not on the bomb, and he isn't even going to pressure it. Just a quick spam there at the end, and Nemanja has played this to perfection.
You just toyed with him throughout the whole of that clutch, knowing that Altex doesn't have the balls to stick that defuse. And, well, I mean, you can kind of make a bit of an educated guess on the basis that Altex has got the M4, even though they didn't have a lot of money, that he probably wouldn't have a kit. But there was surely one somewhere that he could have picked up, and on that basis, there's no guarantee that he doesn't have that defuse kit, and as soon as that molly goes down, he doesn't just go and stick it. But yeah, really, really well played from Nemanja, that's for sure. And yeah, big round win. He's going to be happy with that one. Finally, that sort of relentless force, the third time round, they make it work. And now on to 9 rounds.
I thought Zero Tenacity would get around sooner in the second half based on how the first two went. You can see the little diffuse kit icons in the round streak. That is because both of them were retakes in the bomb defusal. Almost happened again, but couldn't cut it against Nemanja. Now Zero Tenacity. Ooh, they're booking it straight to the A-bomb site. Up against the 5-7s. The Eagle trying to do work, but Iceberg will be left without a job.
Wow, they are just gliding through now, aren't they? It's going to be double digits. And all they needed was some wind in their sails for this T side to set off.
What does it say on that wall? A bunch of text.
It's I can't remember what it says, but it's some quote or something. Oh no, actually, I think it's the names of the original map developers, I think.
Ah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. There's lots of little like Easter eggs here on this map. There's lots of train lore.
It also just has like iconic things like Hot Dog, Ivy. Like you think of any position on train and you can think of something associated with it, right? Like you think of you think of the word Ivy, and if you've been around the CS scene for long enough, you're thinking of through Ivy, out connector, out middle. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but the screaming is burnt into my brain, okay?
Isn't it so crazy as well that like nobody even knows who Foon is? That was just, you know, still this legend, this mystery. He needs a graffiti somewhere. I've got Molly out there having another go at this, and well, the same outcome surely. Just relentless, and with only the pistols, there's not going to be much done here out of Sashi. All 5 staying alive for Zero Tenacity as they hit the benchmark of 11.
It's so impressive that the speed I thought would work for Sashi is actually working for Zero Tenacity instead. I thought Sashi picking into this would mean that they're super well drilled, even on the CT side, but they've looked lost. They've had no answers to any of the speed that Zero Tenacity is bringing to the table, and even the first 2 rounds that they did win in the second half have been off the back of clutches. You sort of dial the time back to the first half as well. Sashi, it was coming down to like Tech 9s, awkward bomb plants. There's never been a point where Sashi have looked convincing. Even if there's a 5-round difference, it's come down to the individual duels more than anything. And Zero Tenacity, they have looked like the better team through and through so far. But it's not over yet. 2 rounds to go. That could be 2 rounds too many if Zero Tenacity can't hold their horses. This one's been stable, though. Iceberg down. Entrance into B. Now the walls are going to start closing in on Nikodos and company. Cabby down, already suffocated. And Nikodos, head on a swivel, needs to find everything. He now has a teammate, but eventually gets caught. Lucky putting out the work from the back of the bomb site. Almost finds a third, but headshot connected. Altix tries to clutch, but he can't even get the first. So Zero Tenacity, they are waving Sashi goodbye very soon in this map.
Their awareness there is just disgusting. No corner goes unchecked and no mercy shown to Sashi. Look at this. Anticipating the peak from the other side of the red train and then even clearing out all off. Such beautiful work, such beautiful shots hit as well. And it's this kind of pace, this kind of style out of Zero Tenacity that somewhat makes this map T-sided, right? I think everyone's still stuck in this mindset of, you know, Train being a heavily CT-sided map, but especially with it being a new map without those adaptations yet. Pace seems to be going a long way and it's worked for both sides, but MP9 aggression back. It's done a lot for them as well. Naman, a big clear. Might still be able to make this work, pulling the numbers back.
.3v4. Perhaps it's time for Sashi to reel it in. Perhaps a bit too late, but they're going to give an honest crack at it. Caught with the util. Headshot onto Lucky. That's okay. 1 versus 3. Avin wanting to put his best foot forward, and he does have the bomb, so this is not out of the realm of possibility. A 1v3 could definitely be in the cards. Oh, no. As he's turning, in the corner of his eye, he just can't quite see Iceberg. And now, begins the climb.
Well, 5 map and series points for Zero Tenacity. They've somewhat been able to do it on easy mode. But even then, let's pretend we did play map 1. With what they're showcasing here, it is a real indicator that this definitely could have been a 2-0 anyway. Their opponents pick, and right now they are dominating. Full buy, AWP out from Brute Monster. Finally, a sniper on the other side. It's lucky to wield it. We were talking about the dynamic of having 2 X-Tier 1 primary AWPers on the team, but we just haven't seen that big green come out at all. Voltex put to bed early. The man advantage here for Zero Tenacity again.
Unfortunately, even though Nikodos lucky they have had kills, right? It's not really been materializing into enough conversions to find the round victories. Cabby has Brute Monster coming his way. Ooh, outplayed by the op. The quick scope is crisp. And it's a 3 versus 4 to come back onto B. Lucky already setting himself in pole position to find any collections that might come his way. The commitment's not been made yet. There's still a minute on the clock. They have a lurker all the way back who's going to be shutting off information. There's a solitary defender on B, and it's all about hitting the shots and calling the rotations. No, that's a big one to miss. Now, it gets more difficult from here on out. Molotov is going to push him back. Lucky still has the sight line, and the bomb's now in an awkward position. That will buy some crucial seconds for them to reel it back in. Simke looking for info, but he gets caught by Lucky. Brute Monster responds, and he doesn't have sightline on highway, but there is still enough time for Z10 to change their routing. Going now down into Pop Dog to find A, but they don't realize that Nikodos is already waiting with open arms. The swing out's good, and the spray is even better.
Yeah, that's really well played from Nikodos. You know, even if he's on the fast rotation, they expect him to be somewhere around the bomb site, not as deep as that. Good timing, good positioning makes it work, finally. when we see that AWP, we see a bit of resistance from this CT side, and it's just such a shame that the economy management has been such that they've not been able to pull it out. A couple of brilliant shots here there by Lucky. With a map like Train, you've got all of these long-range angles. It's such an integral piece to have. The puzzle doesn't feel complete without it. Still though, Zero Tenacity, map and series point, 4 chances. And they've got money once again to have another crack at it. 5 AKs. In fact, sorry, 4 of them. 1 YaLLa, a lot of util though. And a quick pause before going any further. Talk things over, work out what the game plan is.
Is that Zero Tenacity's pause?
I thought so, I assumed so. Was it not?
I'm not sure because I couldn't see any graphic for that.
Ah, okay.
Oh wow, the nades are so good. Alvin, even though he's pummeled with firepower, he's still able to find one. We're getting straight into the action, but the response from Sashi is quick. YaLLa finds ahead. Now, one of the players remaining on the defense is unhealthy. Iceberg, not much HP to his name, but he could have the drop. Narrowly avoids util. Creeping forward, does he have the right angle? YaLLa will be surprised. Headshot found. Nemanja, 2 kills to get if he wants an in back into the game. Doesn't miss info, and will be able to flick on to Iceberg. Now it's all about the individual duels. Nemanja lacking more info, but time has elapsed, so Altix will be able to toy with his food as well. Nemanja sees the head. Pot shots exchanged, but there's still a minute on the clock. Will it even be needed? It could just be one shot to end it all, and Nemanja will end it all with style. A 2-0, perhaps not entirely earned because of the first map, but a 2-0 it is because of the forfeit from Sashi on map number 1, and that means that Sashi won't be starting off on the right foot. They will be starting off 0-1 as far as this tournament is considered.
Wow. Delusion that maybe they're going to bring something with a little more tactical depth, and then they just run it down, and it really seems to catch Sashi off guard. I mean, the nade stack's still a lot of damage, but yeah, not enough there at all. Zero Tenacity, no doubt, looking like the better team today. Now, it's unfortunate that Sashi had those contingencies. I don't think it does you any favors when A, you're not able to field your full 5, and B, you have like an hour, in fact, actually a little bit more than an hour of being sat there waiting, inching to get into the game, and not being able to, and having to resolve those problems. So I do sympathize, I definitely do. Lucky for them, the format's quite forgiving. They're going to have a couple more opportunities here. It's only round 1 in the Swiss stage, but not a good way to start off their year, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's rough if you're Sashi, and unfortunately, it does just come down to technical issues for them as well. You can't feel great if you don't start, if you have to forfeit the first map, but you can't take any credit away from Zero Tenacity. They did a fantastic job. We saw how well drilled their train was. Their C side was looking good. They were overpowering Sashi so many times, and when they switched on over to the T, you constantly saw them finding all these great timings. You would see Zero Tenacity just having such good pacing that I said would have expected from Sashi Esports and Esports on the other side, right? Unfortunately, not a great showing on map number 2, but you're right, the format is pretty merciful, so we're gonna get to see more of Sashi. Hopefully they can figure things out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them with Zyphon as well. That would have actually been his debut game with the roster, but yeah, unfortunately not the case today. So yeah, just commiserations to Sashi, it has to be said. But Zero Tenacity, it feels like we're not giving them enough praises. They played fantastically well. I know that it feels like a bit of a cheated victory when you get that first map for free, but as I said before, I mean, they dominated Sashi on Sashi's map pick. So in my mind, I really do feel like they would have maybe won that first as well.
Of course, it is the start of the season. I can't wait to see the foundation that is being laid out for all the teams. Sashi, obviously not a great start, but I guess there is some copium injected into that particular game. Hey, we didn't even get to play the whole series, right? So maybe they can take that loss with a pinch of salt. On the other hand, Zero Tenacity, they can feel pretty confident about their preparations on Train. Now, with that being said, of course, it is time for a bit of an extended break, but when we are back, we've got the second match of the day to go. So perhaps keep that tab open and keep checking on it. We are going to have a little timer, so you will pretty swift end to the first match, partially because of the forfeit, and partially because Zero Tenacity were just so damn good on that train. Got it done in, well, realistically one bite, because we never got to see the first map. But now we're heading on to something else, and that else is Sinners versus Partizan. What are your thoughts on it, Josh?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, right? We've seen a lot of roster shuffles recently, and actually these two teams are still teams that have been impacted by that, Sinners especially, with a couple of new players coming in. But these two teams at the core have actually been together for a very long time, and that's always nice to see, right? We actually have previous data of these two cores, or these two teams playing against each other going back over a year ago. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting storyline for both of these sides. I think Partizan don't get as much limelight as they really should. I actually think they're a fantastic side, and when we do see them participate in tournaments, they're always these underdogs that have great runs. And to be honest, their world rankings finally starting to reflect that. I think that they were, yeah, outside of really any realm of consideration as a top team until fairly recently. Now they're arguing with the top 60, and yeah, they actually had a really good end to last year and have proven that they're a very, very strong side.
Yeah, and you're right. I'm happy to see that we're finally seeing them in the limelight, as you mentioned. Now, the question is whether or not they'll be able to hold their own when they're consistently going up against solid opposition, such as the one we're going to see on Sinners. Now, we get a chance to look at their lineup. Of course, Beppo and Zeko now being brought in does sort of sprinkle their lineup with, I wouldn't say more talent, with a different flavor, perhaps, on Sinners. And obviously one of the biggest narratives around Sinners is that, hey, you've let Oscar go, now is anybody going to be able to fill those big boy shoes? And I feel like they've done quite well. They played against Wildcard a couple days ago, and they actually had a pretty decent performance. They almost took Nuke all the way. Now, I know that that's been a bit of a shaky map for Wildcard, but that's okay. Sinners, I feel like they have, in fact, put their best foot forward as we've come into the start of 2025, and I feel like there's definitely a lot of progression that we are going to see come out of them. I guess in that sense, it's also good for Partizan that they are going up against a team that, although they're going to be quite strong, they aren't exactly going to be the full powerhouse that we expect from Sinners, because Partizan would also probably want to ease into this year and slowly climb the rankings rather than just be thrown into the deep end of the pool.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you've got Zedko coming back into this roster as well after a brief stint on Sampi, but he was one of the original boys on this Sinners squad, going all the way back to 2020, and then Pipo coming in as well. Sort of that newest addition up from the Academy project, and I think he's quite an exciting prospect. He hasn't sort of performed
I feel like most lucky that for the first game of the season, we ended up seeing Sashi try to pick it. That didn't go all that well, but let's be honest, what did go well in that last game? I don't think anything did.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a disaster for Sashi, wasn't it? But there you go, and Ashley gets banned out in the second wave, which is really what my expectation is, and I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of that going forward into our matches, where it's floated, but neither team want to pick into it, and then it just gets banned out as like a second wave ban. So neither team are wasting their permaban slot to get rid of it, and neither team are picking into it either. So it's, you know, it's quite forgiving. It's quite there's no sort of crazy curveballs. You only have the opportunity to do that if, you know, going into this tournament you've been preparing it, you've been practicing it. But these are two very evenly matched sides. They're actually within like 7 world ranking places of each other or something like that, and they know the weight behind this game, and there's no time to experiment. It's about taking your opponent on your strongest disciplines and trying to get it done that way. Now for Ancient, that is absolutely that standpoint for Partizan. They are a very, very good Ancient team. They know that Sinners have had their struggles there, so absolutely an opportunity for them to take map 1 by the horns. Opportunity on map 2 as well. They also quite like Nuke, but it is a Sinners stronghold, and when it comes down to that third and final map, it's a bit of a weird one. Neither team have had a very good history there. Partizan don't play a whole lot of it, and Sinners have had some really poor results. So if it does come down to that decider, I think it's going to be a bit of a scrap.
I think it slightly favors Sinners, actually, because the data that we have on Sinners, having played Mirage, it's not all that new. I feel like with the current iteration of their roster, they would actually find it to be a bit of an advantage to go into Pug style of play against a Partizan that has been sticking together, and to go up against a map that has decidedly been weak for them. They've played a couple of times, and you know, they played against Metasport. Sure, that's fine. That's a particularly difficult team to go against, right? But then you play against, I suppose, the mixed lineup of Slovakia, and that certainly throws a spanner into the works. It didn't really go as I would have expected from like a team versus essentially a mixed lineup. So I think there are definitely holes in a lot of in both sides' defenses, so there will be a chance to exploit that. But coming into this game, I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think, are you leaning a bit more towards the side of Sinners, or perhaps are you a Partizan fan?
I'm actually somewhat leaning towards Partizan on a couple of bases here. As I say, I think that they're a team that are on an upwards trajectory. They've got that tenure. For Sinners, they've got the contingency of, obviously, you know, bringing Zedko back in is not going to be, you know, there's not going to be too much of a teething period. Zedko has got massive tenure with this team, so it shouldn't take too long for him to just get back up to speed. But for Peppo, there is going to be this teething period, right? It's, you know, a big step up for him. This is now the biggest roster that he's played in. He's playing in some of the biggest tournaments, the biggest matches that he's played in, and against higher level opposition. So I think that there is going to be a little bit of a period here for Sinners to adapt to that, and I think Partizan can absolutely take advantage. I think the veto sort of leans in their favour a little bit here too. First 2 maps are ones that they're very, very strong on, and even if it does come down to Mirage, I mean, Sinners looked good on it against Kono the other day in Frost and Fire, right? That's kind of the thing that I'm leaning on here, but generally, I don't think they've
might be doing the same on the CT. Oh, this is getting very quick out here on the A-bomb site. 1-for-1 trades, and now the retake is already on, but they're not quite booking it just yet. Although the rotations have been brought forward, Partizan are going to stagger their pace a bit. They're going to wait for that donut smoke, which also allows Sinners to start now coming back into the site. The bomb is still all the way back, but now they're making the full commitment. They're not going to expect Peppo, but he's going to miss some very crucial shots, and they're forced to back off the angle. Peppo eventually makes his mark, and he's trying to find some more kills on the fadeaway. They know they can't commit because they're still being washed. Oh no. There it is, even though the bomb's planted. Problem is, they're losing players left and right. They're hemorrhaging health. Emmy tries to put his best foot forward, but Morisco will have the nicer looking shoes. Partizan, they'll be obliterated in the piss round, and Sinners get off to a good start.
Yeah, it's tidy stuff. 4 players staying alive as well. A nice triple kill for Peppo, sort of putting my apprehensions to bed quite early on, right? Coming into the pistol with some real force and straight into that second with an M4A4 to back him up as well. Now, Partizan, having got that bomb plant, are going to go for a buy of their own. It is not as strong as I thought it would be. They're really prioritising the utility here over the rifles. But on the other side, it's 4 MP9s, so the door is still open for them to maybe cause a bit of an upset, to turn this around. Flashes over the top and mid-control.
Oh, Beppo? No, he's not in trouble just yet. Equalizes the numbers, and although it's a very vivid start from Partizan, it's quickly going to become grayscale as the life is drained out of them courtesy of that M4. But it's still a doable round. They're not quite focused on a singular bomb site just yet, but the way their rotations are coming towards B, you can tell that they're getting ready to tee up for some ramp aggression. And Sinners are actually playing this quite mid-heavy.
Yeah, they really are. They've left B incredibly vulnerable. Zedco, after no information, starts to route his way over. It seems like his teammates are going to get aggressive into main as well. That'll be confirmation that no one is home, but that info is a little too late, and Zedco has now already relayed that they're out onto this B site. C4 is going to go down. It'll be a 3v3 retake. Oh, opportunity there, but it's missed. Collins still alive.
Yeah, a bit staggered perhaps, but it's down to the 2 versus 2. Collins' HP is not looking all that great. They're looking for weapons. This could get risky. B-Stick still waiting for the smoke to expire. A second player coming in from Cave. Beppo. It's all about who makes first contact. The other's responsible for the kill. Smoke is good, but that forces them to look at B-Stick. And surely Beppo just wants to go for the quick stick. The swing out. Ooh, the timing is perfect. Partizan. The upset in the second round off of barely anything.
11 points of health to separate that round from going Sinner's way. And yeah, I think if he had a kit, he maybe would have committed to that defuse. He wouldn't have had it regardless, but nothing quick about it when he doesn't have that defuse kit. 10 seconds feels like a lifetime. Prioritise the M4. Didn't get that kit out. Couldn't pick one up off his teammate either. Forced back for them. Of course, they'd be on double eco otherwise. Nothing really to lose, but all to gain if they can bite back the other way. Couple of Deagles, couple of 5.7s. Beppo on that MP9. It's been a brilliant start from him. But now the others need to step up to the plate. Morisco. Then right around the corner. Oh, takes a second to line up, but can't find it. And gets taken out as he retreats.
Slow down now from Partizan. They don't need to quickly buckle down on the bomb site. Sinners, 2 for 2 setup. They're going to completely abandon B and instead rely on them having the fastest rotations possible. And their gamble at the moment is A.
Coming through mid. Yeah, just that one lurker in A main. Beppo, if he decides to get aggressive, could spot it. Makes a sound cue instead. Leads Partizan on to his position. They're actually rotating back into this heavy mid presence again. And they're going to be punished for it.
Oh. It's kind of unfortunate because Sinners had the right idea. They had most of their resources directed towards middle and A. Problem is they allow for these individual fights to take place in Donut. And that is the issue going into this round. If you have a stack, you need to make sure that the crossfires are set up. They can't take advantage of it, and Partizan will be happy to exploit that. Now, with money kind of being all over the place for Sinners, it's always a tricky prospect to try and recover when very early on you win the pistol round and you lose the conversion. It's always like you're playing catch-up.
A short-lived stint of success, really, isn't it, for Sinners? They looked fantastic on that pistol, and these last couple of rounds, they've looked anything but that. Partizan putting their foot down quite nicely. And another freebie here as well. There is absolutely no money for Sinners. Everyone on the 2k mark have to fully eco. 2,400 to come as a loss bonus in that next round. Will give them just about enough to get those rifles out. Might even see a couple of players drop down to FAMASs or an MP9 or 2 to get that util to go with it. Still somewhat of a bonus in play here for Partizan as well. That's another scary prospect. Got Kindo on 5.5k and a weapon that can munch him up. Rack up $600 for every kill. Bolster that money further. Right now, though, a little bit of a technical pause. We've had a few disconnects over the last couple of days. Updates causing some problems for the players. Hopefully, Roger will be back soon.
Yeah, today's been a bit unkind with the technical issues, I'll be clear about that, but thankfully for Partizan, I feel like Sashi took all of today's bad juju with them, so I think Partizan will be fine.
I think this week's been unkind for tech pauses, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. I think you and I, with just like the broadcast we've been doing, we've had quite a few tech pauses, but it just happens sometimes. I think it's also, it's a mix of things, right? It's the updates, and it's, yeah, it's just the updates.
It's the updates. It's the updates. It's all on that.
Also bad luck.
Maybe a little bit.
I mean, the last update was so funny. Like, I can't believe they changed some random stuff that had nothing to do with the movement, and it started making the ragdolls fly 1,000 feet away when you would shoot them.
It was actually insane. I'm really glad that we got to cast a couple of games during that sort of broken period, because
yeah,
it was something. I mean, it got boring very quickly, right? And it actually just became really confusing. I think we were talking afterwards about, you know, when somebody dies and their ragdoll shoots in the opposite direction, it then sort of questions your brain. I can't quite process the idea of like, wait, has he just died to somebody else, or what's going on?
Yeah, did he get shot from like a 90-degree angle? Like, did he get flanked, or what's going on here?
Yeah, and I think it's confusing as a player as well. But anyway, we're back to go. Roger's in the server, and we are live once again. But yeah, it's just USPs, not a penny invested here for the CTs.
Yeah, they didn't really have an option, right? They went into the previous round with some money, some oomph behind their purchases, and now they've got to pay for it. The credit card bill is running quite high, so they'll have to save. Partizan been a bit luckier with their finances, especially when you win a conversion like that, bringing out the stack. This is essentially the gambliest gamble you can make. You know, you've got no stake in the matter, so you might as well go for something cheeky. Generally speaking, though, I really like that teams are cautious about this. They like sniffing out stacks. They'll send a MAC-10 in. You know, even if you die, it's not really like you're giving up a weapon that is particularly potent. Oh, Emmy could be in for a bit of a surprise, I'm not going to lie. Never mind.
I mean, there's two ways this goes, right?
He's got
either the USPs actually do a bit of damage, or they just get farmed.
I think they're anticipating something like this, because they're being quite elaborate with it, especially when they chuck out the nade there.
Oh.
That kind of feels a bit too deliberate, doesn't it?
Yeah, they know. They surely know. They've been watching the demos, but there you go. Something out of it. Couple of kills. It's only the 2 SMGs, but it stops Partizan in their mission of trying to rack up some further finances. As long as they can get out with all 3 of these rifles, I think they'll be happy, and there you go. A little clean-up crew from Collins, but not bad from Sinners, to be perfectly honest. Full eco, couple of kills, that's fine. Okay, well, for the first time in a little while, a man advantage for Sinners. Partizan playing a slow approach off of the back of smoke up in middle. Can give them some space, but through it, they pop Morisco's head. Put the numbers back to even. Now room to stretch their legs. They'll press up into candles. Zedko looking to try and regain this position, but Dragon around the corner. We talked about how scary he was in the pre-game. A man of many talents. Used to be the primary AWPer on this team. They brought in Roger to take over that role. Now Dragon just picks up that secondary and has so much leverage with the rifle. In this corner, being the insurance policy, catches out Shock on the rotate. That's going to be the cue for his teammates to breach into the B site, and there's the opening they needed. Collins with a headshot onto B stick. Zedko now scratching his head, has to back away into cave and wait for his teammate to get into position, but he's been spotted himself and mowed down by the AK once again. Peppo all by himself. He's been fantastic so far this map, and he might be about to pull off a 1v3. Two found. Nade's perfect. It's almost a slam dunk onto Collins. And one more shot would finish the job, but it's only the head. But a game of whack-a-mole that is won by the 20-year-old talent, the newest addition to this team. He's going 11-3, and he is doing all the heavy lifting here for Sinners.
Wow. Very nicely done by Sinners. Oof. Good little retake to get back into the game, and those kinds of contingencies are exactly what you need when you're not having everything going your way. When you lose the conversion, you're feeling a bit left out of the game. A chance, a window of opportunity to bring it right back.
It's actually just been the Peppo show, right? We came into this and I'm like, he's been playing decent, but nothing too special. That's some brilliant util damage. Hold the phone.
Wow.
Alright, smoke goes down. We'll stagnate for a second, but big entry regardless. But yeah, the 2 rounds that they've won, right? There's a 3k from Peppo on the pistol. There's a 1v3 there. Single-handedly keeping Sinners relevant in this map. And now they've got a bit of confidence, and they'll take a bit of space as a result. Deep smoke. B ramp control taken. Sightline into mid as well. This is yeah, definitely more commanding from Sinners.
It is, but I'm wondering how long this contingency is going to keep playing out for them. You're right, it has been the Peppo show, right? But how long can the show actually go on? Utility to go out. Morisco gets information on the quick peek. Zedko jiggle peeking it with the smoke just to try and find some advanced information. But look at this, 45 seconds on the clock means that Partizan need to do something soon. It's a waiting game. They've already lost a player, but for the amount of time that's been expended, it doesn't feel like they've gotten a lot to show for it. Eventually, the bomb can make its way through from ramp, but this late smoke suddenly disjoints the push to a very high degree. 25 seconds. Time inching closer to the end. Morisco happy to add another speed bump. Quick shoulder peek is good, but now they're going to start buckling down the site. 15 seconds to go, and Zedko just needs to delay. He's got support. The swings are good. B-Stick trying to delay even further, and he takes spot shots as he's going away, and as soon as the bomb is dropped, their only responsibility is to stay alive, but Peppo is still happy to draw blood. Now, we're tied.
Okay, I had a little technical speed bump for a second there as well, but I am also back. Okay, better, much better stuff. Sinners finally just looking like they were in control of a round there, right? I love the late smoke. It staggers that push and just does a lot for them, really. Entries were decent, but the second Partizan realise that ramp smoke goes down, they don't really have time to wait it out. They've got to just put the pedal to the metal. It's very difficult to trade off of each other and make that work. Down to the pistols here. It's a half buy. Sinners are in pole position to take the lead here, which I wasn't expecting based on how these last few rounds have gone.
It's all about how quickly they get back in the driver's seat, right? They got a bit unlucky on that second round, and they were just reeling on the conversions. They still have money to build up. And they're still playing this quite proactively. Zedko takes the liberty to go forward. Now this gives them much more information. Morisco his resolve will be much more solid if they decide to come through Donut, because now they know that B is relatively empty. But that information on Zedko, it's going to expire. Never mind. It's going to be his opposition that's down instead. Dragon falls. Now, any attempts to come back onto the B site will be a bit desperate.
Yeah, desperate's an understatement. This B site, especially in the last round, was under lock and key. Now with only 3 players and limited firepower, this is going to be almost impossible to breach. A good flashbang, little jiggle from the MP9, second flash to come, and they are just going to keep toying with their food. Clean up from Zedko, and a 4th on the board for Sinners. Only the single casualty, and yeah, nothing really lost. They'll upgrade that MP9 into the M4 just in the nick of time. And they won't really lose anything out of that. It's perfect.
Now they start to add money to their little pile they've got built up. Not quite a lot just yet, but now they can at least rest on their laurels if something goes wrong. They can still have some money to fall back onto. Sinners, they're not even going up against a particularly difficult buy. It's going to be easy to get mid-control with minimal utility, because Partizan doesn't have much to show for it. Dragon, slowed down by the Molly, and they're going to start scaling up middle.
Risco. In a sneaky corner that often goes unchecked. He's got support from people. Not any longer. He's gone for the rotation. Smoke goes down. Marisco hears these sound cues. Waits for them to come his way. He could get the timing on the peak. He's now got shock on the crossfire. The second they jiggle, they'll realise no one's home. They've gone elsewhere. This would be good information. It can be relayed to the B players that it's likely the Partizan are about to breach.
Utility is nicely timed. He's going to molly off Cave, so now they can tunnel vision on towards the left side of the site. Zedko, first point of contact, headshot found, looking for more. Continues the engine going. The output's there, and he's tapping them away. Barely any bullets in his mag, but that's all he needs. With 45 seconds, Partizan can finally get on that bomb. Peppo looking to try and deny it through the wall, but that is not going to pay dividends just yet. Roga getting ready for the swing gal, but Peppo's so ready for it. Final player, left in Cave. 3 heads to find. Swing is good, but Peppo's better.
You don't even have to rely on the crutch of your retake when Zedko is doing lifting like that. He did so much work to find those opening 3. And a 5th goes down for Sinners, and you've only got to look at the scoreboard to see where the firepower's coming from, right? Peppo and Zedko on 14 and 13 kills respectively. B-Stick, Marisco with 2 apiece. Shock's yet to get on the board. It's such a top-heavy affair here for the Sinners. But they still have this lead. They've got the slight edge. On the other side, Partizan, consistency has been key. But the money has been a problem. Kindo on a hero rifle surrounded by the pistols. It's back to the B bomb site.
Barren are the resources. Map pick. No control. First kill found by Peppo. You can see how unconfident Partizan are heading into any area of the map. The jiggle's being punished. They can't really find consistent mid-control that isn't punished by the time they get onto a site. Shock. You're gonna know that they're close by, and they don't really wager their lives by trying to kind of go through that smoke, but Dragon's position. Hang on, even I didn't notice him there in the corner, and now the A players have something to worry about. Instant shot onto Peppo, and that is the Goliath being shut down, punch to the face, and it's gonna feel like a punch to the gut, but B-Stick is starting to give them issues, and Zedko will do cleanup duties. 6-3, Sinners, they recover.
Yeah, that's such a shame they couldn't make something work even after Dragon gets his brilliant position and the 2 kills that came off of the back of it, but just wasn't enough. Either way, it wasn't a major commitment in terms of the buy, so they'll have enough cash here. AKs all round, and a lot of util to work with on the other side. Much of the same, but Peppo with that AWP, and he's been a real menace with it. He's looked very, very hot on the server. Somehow Dragon's managed to find a little gap where the fire doesn't burn. Zedko's gonna play right through this. Oh no!
Wow!
Oh no, Zedko!
Oh my! It doesn't work, but the footwork is so good from him. The fact that in the midst of the smoke, he still has the cognizance to prioritize the long-range duel and then fight the close player. Oof, that's brilliant. That's what instinctive play looks like.
Yeah. Probably should have been two. Shock. Oh no. Misses his opportunity. Lets one slip the net. B-stick. Look at the wrong way. He gets a nasty surprise. Lands the head. Hits a dink. But unfortunately, despite all the damage that's been dealt, I think Morisco has to cut his losses. He's not got much health himself. He's got an AWP at his feet. And he's just going to get on out of there. But, whew. Okay. Better stuff from Partizan. That was a good round.
Yeah, it was good. But even then, it kind of felt like Sinners had something to say, right? Even if the conversions don't happen, even if they don't end up finding all the duels, still got a little bit worrying. Sinners, 6 rounds, obviously not quite the half just yet, so they can still build a bonus on top of it. And Partizan, their responsibility right now to do as much damage as they can before they head on to that second one. At least the AWP is going to be recovered, so there is some fighting force left in that next round.
Yeah, they do actually have the money that Pepper could have just bought one if needs be, but obviously saving it is far more beneficial. There is still another round to be played. In fact, another 2 rounds to be played here. So, yeah, making sure that those finances where they need to be is important. You don't want to be losing this round going into the final of the half and having any kind of economic woes. That could still be the case, though. 1900 loss and a couple of players that will not do much for them. They make this one work. So Sinners need to get back on the wagon here. That's for Partizan. The rifle's out again. It's a bit of pace here towards middle. It's a lot of util deployed, but Dragon won't commit. Instead, it's the pressure once again on the B side.
B-stick, overwhelmed. Can't believe they find him through the smoke. And that is access to B. Smoke's available, so they'll have plenty of space to get their footwork going. Zedko in the back lines. He's got a teammate with him, trying to line up the shots through the smoke, but they're narrowly missing the bodies on the other side. Wouldn't hate it if Sinners just tried and run away from this madness, and that's exactly what they're going for. Zedko doesn't have HP. It's a 3v4. Sorry, a 3v5, in fact. So no casualties on the sides of Partizan, and this is teeing up to be a pretty good half for them, all things considered. They win some rounds off the back of the conversions that they're able to upset. Just add a little bit more to that. That's how a good T side is made.
Well, economic management from Sinners here has been pretty perfect, but yeah, 6 rounds might not be enough. We'll see. Considering it's their opponent's map pick, it's not a bad CT side at all. I am starting to worry for them. Just about getting away with that. Yeah, Zedko. Element of surprise in that smoke. Further damage dealt. And they do hold on to all 3. So no troubles for the buy coming around it. 6-5 though in Partizan. A sort of resurgence towards the end might actually bear fruits. They might be able to tie things up at the halfway point. B-stick sacrifices himself. Drops down to the MP9. Got to make sure that Peppo and Zedko have got all the tools they need. Because they are the ones keeping this ship afloat right now. Aggression into middle. Peppo taking liberties, but no one's home. There, mate. Up close to ramp. Zedko just around the corner. This duel's been a real sticking point in these last couple of rounds. Time and time again. It's been a bit of a coin toss. An awkward engagement. Morisco timing. Oh, just off. Doesn't see any of them. Knows that they're there, but can't commit any wider. HG is going to do tons of damage. A big pick on the aggression from B-stick, but that's Morisco's cue to activate. And with Collins desperately aware, of course he'll react. Big headshot found. Numbers back in the favour here for Partizan. With two routing through elbow, Peppo takes contact, hits the shot. The second to slip the net though, and Zedko needs to find this. Can't quite do so. 3v3, but the HP now on their side, and they've got the information. Shock needs to put his first kill on the board, and he should be able to have it here. Kindo's low, and he's got his back turned. He's played it beautifully. The footwork, once again, is absolutely perfect. And Roga still alive, but 20 seconds left. The bomb's on the other side of the map. It's the final round of the half. He has to just throw himself at it. But an unfortunate outcome for him. Knowing that this is a lost cause. And there you go, into the blender. I thought for a second there he was playing for the KD, and I was desperately disappointed. But no, no, no. It's a 7-5 half from Sinners, and it's very good. It's a very good half. I need to see more out of Shock, right? And Morisco too, to be honest. I mean, he's quite consistently been playing this supporting role in middle. Hasn't had too many opportunities, I guess. But, yeah, there is a lot of untapped potential, I feel, right now with those two players missing. If either or perhaps both step up, then Sinners could shift into another gear and run away with this. Second half pistol underway. All five barreling up mid. Roga takes the contact, backs right off, relays this information that they're funneling through Donut, and now Dragon needs to do what he does best, and is line up heads and strip them from their shoulders. He's good for two. Make that three. Quadra, not quite, as it's traded back. The man advantage, now a second. Zedko, with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Tucked in the corner, expecting a second rotation. Collins is there, but playing a slower approach. Finds the first head. And now this becomes doable. Still knows there's got to be one coming from CT, but as more time elapses, he starts to entertain the idea. Maybe they're on a long main flank. Now he's heard the steps. Now he knows what's up. Sees the arm. And he's got information on both. He's got time to work with as well. Minute on this clock. Gets in a cheeky reload. And expects that CT player to be there. Instead, they've doubled up in tempo and they'll swing together. Makes it a whole lot harder. The Glock desperate to isolate these jewels, but not gonna happen. The USP is overwhelmed. It gets a little bit sloppy at the end. A little bit messier than I think they'd have hoped for it to come, but a very good round nonetheless. And to be honest, for me, it's on the weight of Dragon's shoulders there. Three important taps. He was the A anchor, that one line of defense to either stop them or at least slow them down. And he did a bit of both. Decent buyout here too. A couple of rifles, 3 MP9s, some util, a kit over on Collins. On the other side of the coin, it is a force buy, despite not getting the bomb plant. 4 Tech 9s, a Mac 10 on B-stick. Stacked up outside of B. There is aggression, so if they can catch the timing, if they can blow this smoke open, then Emmy, for a second, was vulnerable. He does get out of there alive. For those of you wondering where Faraz has gone, I'm not hogging the mic, I promise. We're having a couple of technical issues, but fingers crossed he'll be back soon. Smoke over into short. They might actually just dial this back. I mean, they've got time. They've not got tons of it, but 50 seconds. They'll route back to A. The problem here is the main player's got aggressive. And they're going to butt heads in just a second. This duel is key, and Kindo's not looking the right way. Oh, no. He had a perfect opportunity there. And it's now been fumbled. Now, the one saving grace is meeting them so early on. Gives that information quickly. And the rotate can come through. Dragon now in position. They're going to funnel through main. It's a good flash, though. And it's going to pause him. He has to peek out later. MP9 to try and help, but through the smoke, can't land the shots. Bomb plant denied. Second kill found. And Dragon, again, is doing everything. Swaps to the USP for the triple. And Zedko finished off as the last. That flank, that insurance policy to come around the back late. Not allowed to have any impact. Partizan, tie it up. And despite that round being a little chaotic, they get it converted. They're able to upgrade one of those MP9s as well. Not that they particularly want to this round. They've got the opportunity to rack up some cash just against these pistols. Roga. Soulman on the A site. One time incendiary. Deagle tries to play in front of it. Realises that's an overcommitment. Backs it up. I'm still down in cube though. So all of this elbow and A main presence is kind of a nothing here. If they can't navigate that bomb over, and again, it's just Dragon and Kindo to shut it down. It's another 3-piece. It is against an eco, but it'll be a nice stat pad for him as he encroaches the 20 kill mark. And a flawless round there is exactly what you want for Partizan. Still those 2 SMGs. They'll go for the bonus. They got plenty of money to buy around it in the next if needs be. But if they can get it done here, then their economy will be thanking them. Instead, Roger upgrades into the orb. I actually like this. Don't give your opponents an inch. Don't give them a foot in the door to bring this back. Keep the pressure applied. You can have that one SMG. Send him aggressive. Send him up close. Let me for now plan a little further back on B, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a later control take here, perhaps towards the B slope. Sin is just patient. No one wants to be the man to make the first move. They've got to buy, but they don't have a lot of util left. There's a minute 10 on the clock. 3 flashes, 2 mollies, 1 smoke for this A execution. And Morisco might fall before the ball gets rolling. Zedko's here to help, so the second peak will come with more resistance. Flash a tad late, but a trade is there. Zedko doubles it up. It's ridiculous. Roga now under pressure. And Emmy on a desperate rotate, but still with that MP9 in hand. This AWP has to go nuclear. And they're not even peeking into him. They're not giving him the opportunity. Eventually they do. But Peppo is so much quicker. And he'll be able to upgrade into that big green as a reward. Emmy catches one on the fadeaway. But won't commit to the cause here. Has to give this round up. We will see another buy coming out in the next. The one contingency is Roga not having the cash, but 8-8. Sinner somewhat back in the driver's seat. One more step to take on the ladder to get that freebie, and still we are yet to see Morisco and Shock wake up. A little bit quicker here. Aggressive from Dragon. Right into elbow. Deep sightline confirms no one's there. I think he did hear the sound cues, but it's forced them back a tad. Well-timed molly as well. Will impede the progress. This round progression, Zedko. Sat nice and patient. It looked like they were going to pull the trigger on it just before that incendiary went down. As soon as it did, they took a step back and they didn't really want to play into Partizan's hand. Partizan, of course, assuming that once that incendiary dispersed, that's when the execution would come in. You'd take another 20 seconds, you keep them guessing, you pull a rotation off. That's exactly what's happened. Now Sinners have got the opportunity. Morisco still on lurk duty. Expecting some main aggression. It's there, but it's not gone through the whole way just yet. Instead, they're actually going to take this bomb and route it through mid. And this is going to be chaos. This is going to be absolute chaos. This duel on elbow is important. Zedko wins it. The second will be Roga's fight. And he can't take his either. So a two-man advantage. And somehow, Sinners have just slipped into all of the cracks here. They've found every single vulnerability in in Partizan's defense. And they've exploited it one by one. And Emmy now left, once again, with nothing more to bring into this round than the rifle for the next. He has to save it. And Sinners stealing the show once again. It's reminiscent of what we saw in the first half. It's stellar work being done by Zedko in this round especially. And not only with the lead, but a lead with even more weight behind it, right? A lead on your opponent's map pick. In a series where I'd argue they were perhaps the slight favourites, but obviously we teetered with the contingencies that they had coming into this game. The two new additions, Peppo coming up from the academy. And so far, that's not been a problem at all. The two newest additions, Peppo and Zedko, proving their worth tenfold right now. And not to be toxic, but quite literally. In fact, 11-fold if you want to compare them to Shock. Here we go again. Emmy with that saved AK. Nobody else wanting to buy around him. So it is just going to be a full eco. And Emmy's job is to try and do as much damage as he can. And pull over the troops as soon as he has the information. Bomb's actually been left in spawn though. So once again, Sinner's just keeping them guessing. And Partizan, just when they thought, yeah, okay, this is going to be an A hit, we'll go for the stack. Things have gone quiet. Now they panic. Now they second guess themselves. They group everybody up on B instead. Sinners had a window of opportunity to walk onto an empty bomb site. Instead, they're rotating as well. And it is just mind games. And I cannot decide a victor just yet. A big shot from Peppo, though. He seems to have the right idea, holding the angle that Emmy may be about to peek, but he's not going to go for it. Knows that the AWP's posted. And will just take an off angle instead. Shock around this corner. Clears it. Still goes down without much of a fight. And Emmy goes big. That's the bomb dropped. And a 3v3. But one that is so fragile. As both of his teammates have no rifles, no Kevlar. They'll go down without contention. And it's onto the shoulders of Emmy. It's an ace or bust. And he's now just taking contact. He knows exactly where Morisco is. He's being charged from all angles. And there's nothing more he can do. He's done a huge amount of damage. He needed someone else to step up there. And it just didn't happen. Wow, wow, wow. Double digits now hit by Sinners. Confidence inspiring from Emmy, that's for sure. Couple of big kills. Nonetheless, it's not enough. Seconds already ticked. Partizan pretty aggressive there towards the B slope early on. They put the pressure down. Smoke into Cube as well. Just keeping Sinners at an arm's length. But again, after that aggression, they communicate that the B slope's empty. They rotate an extra man towards mid. And all in the meanwhile, Sinners are cooking up their own strategy, which is actually a slow B push. Samq's made. Dragon, finally, an early advantage. It goes untraded. He's taken a lot of damage in the whole ordeal. With 40 seconds left, a bit of noise being made here by Sinners. And Partizan will pull the rotations as a result, but with no one stacked up towards the ramp, it seems like they're going to try and slip the net again and escape perhaps through mid. Flash over the top. Nades being deployed. And Partizan have got everybody in place, expecting this last-minute execution. Instead, again, Sinners escape through a crack in the wall. And Roga's got it all to do. Finds the first with the volley in hand. Needs to line up a second and he can't. A man disadvantaged, but a flank in place. B-Stick makes sure that that doesn't remain the case for much longer. There is one behind him too, but a 2 versus 2. Dragon with another. And B-Stick, with no time, with a bomb plant denied, has to try and stay alive. Dying after time would be a disaster. And ooh, that comes a little close. Partizan, probably not feeling too confident with that round win, but happy that they got it over the line regardless. And Sinners, I mean, I love their approach that they've been taking in these rounds. The mind games have been beautiful, but it did feel like they overthunk that one a little bit, overcooked it. Took a second too long, didn't leave themselves a margin for error in case that bomb plant was denied or delayed. And it is a bit of a testament to actually how much time Partizan were able to waste at the start of that round. Killing about a minute on that clock at least, before Sinners felt like they could even edge forward out of their own spawn. Tons of util being deployed early on once again. The only recipient being Dragon. Often victim to these nades or the spams. And a minute 20 left on this clock. Sinners again regroup. They head over towards 8. The double stack in Donut, if Sinners go about this quietly, they might actually sneak through again. And look, Partizan are overcommitting to mid. There you go, A's completely free. And I think I've got a co-commentator.
Oh?
Now. A new one.
Oh!
Done a little bit of a switcheroo. How
Who's
was
that?
he here?
I am here, Josh.
Oh my god, long time no see.
Indeed, I wish we could catch up, but that's right in the middle of the round. Shock's planting the bomb.
I know.
It's crazy.
Madness. Big flash, big peak. Zedko denies, and again, he's just been a monster. And just when you think that Partizan, after winning that last round, might actually have a foot in the door to claw this back, Sinners give them a taste of their own medicine, and Zedko just smashing heads again. Somehow it's a dink, it's through the edge of the box, it's not lethal. Gives Roga the opportunity, a second lease on life to go and save, survive, bring that all back to the second round, but nothing more. It's going to be an 11th for Sinners, and they'll only escape with a 1 weapon.
Fancy that for a first map of the series. Now, obviously, you'd probably need to give me a bit of a rundown because I've only just joined the broadcast, but we might use that as an opportunity for you to give us the rundown for any viewer that's just joined then. Josh, how's this game gone?
It's been a little bit bizarre. It's been streaks, and you can see by the round count there as they sort of come up in the middle. Yeah, Sinners won the pistol, Partizan bit back. They actually had a really nice little streak, and it wasn't just a strong streak in terms of round wins, but actually very confident round wins. It felt like they were going to run away with things. Sinners then took the reins back and ended up closing out the half very convincingly. And we've seen kind of much of the same here in the second. And now they've got a ton of win in their sails. They've got full confidence, and the pace reflects that. Right into the B site once again. Trading 1 for 1, but they've got all the leg room to work with.
Yeah, they've all got all the space indeed. Obviously, Emmy having to drop back a little bit here, not being able to be of much assistance. That molly being used to perfection. But Sinners, they know what to do. They've done it so far. It's caused them to get to 11 rounds, and now they just need to do it for another more. But no, Dragon. He's got himself in a nice, fancy position. Doesn't come out without the trade, as Sinners have got the position under lock and key. And my, oh my, is Peepo on fire. Emmy's all that remains. And that 5-7 might not be so nifty in situations like these, as Sinners are pretty much destined for the 12. Oh, it's got to be a no-scope as well, making it look fancy, as Sinners are just one away from picking up Ancient.
Man, oh man. Yeah, scenario like that, it's, you know, there's nothing to go and save. Just hoping for an exit. Have some kind of say in the matter. Go down with a bit of dignity, but denied. And yeah, you're right, Peppo has been incredible. He's the newest addition to this team. He came up from Sinners Academy. This is a big step up for him in his career. And the first couple of games within this team, they've been okay. They've not been anything too flashy. But this has been a standout performance. And a major, major catalyst to their successes here. Partizan, 5 MP9s to try and hold on to their map pick. But it's looking bleak. I don't have a lot of confidence.
Oh, yeah, you can't have too much confidence, can you? But they can get quite... well, they can inflict a lot of damage, really, in the right positions. And you've already seen some of it being inflicted over to Peepo. Close angles, Ancient's got a lot of them. It's not all over just yet, but when Sinners are playing the buddy system like that, there's no way of failing.
Yeah, nasty surprise to come around the corner. Stick information on Emmy there as well. Smoke's been deployed, arm poked around. The bomb's over in A main though, and honestly this entire T side from Sinners has been so meticulous, so methodical. They've been playing these mind games, and Partizan have constantly been the victims of over rotations. Smoked out, Morisco takes further space. He's going to be putting in pressure from behind. He's being quite loud about it, but I think that's the whole plan. Expecting Roger to perhaps play through this smoke. Timing awkward, and footwork brilliant. Upgrade into the AK and a man advantage.
Dragon's done the same thing over to the other side of the map. And back to a 3-on-3. Bomb out into the open. Peppo's got to go for a weird peek here, and he's only got the AWP, so he's got to be patient for his team to create space. But Kindo is on the sideline, and he's causing havoc. Roger also stuck on site. He's the player in focus right now as he tries to buy his time for Emmy to join. B-Sick, the IGL gets it done for now. Bomb needs to be collected, but he doesn't have much time, and he needs to check Donut quickly. But Emmy's patient. Oh, he doesn't go for it. He doesn't go for the swing, which allows B-Sick to go for the plant, punching in the digits. Emmy revealing his position. B-Sick has to be patient here because he only needs this one round to close it all, but won't be able to do it just yet as Partizan stay alive for a little longer.
Wow, wow, wow. Emmy, wealths of experience and not a bead of sweat on his forehead. He is cool under pressure like that. And clutches it up, goes and grabs the AWP, gets that defuse in, puts Partizan onto 10 and keeps them alive in this map. Man, when they came in with 5 MP9s, I was certain this was chalked up, this was finished. They somehow make it work, and now they've got a real shot at this, right? A very good opportunity. They can come in with the weapons again, and for Sinners, well, it's going to be another buy, but the money's not great, and if they can't make this work, then going into the final round of regulations, they'll be the one down to the SMGs. They'll be the ones on the pistols, and it will leave the door wide open for Partizan to perhaps take us to further rounds, overtime, and a chance to recover their map pick. But first, they're going to call a timeout of their own, just to make sure that they are all on the same page. They know what they're going to do here. As I said before, the Sinners T side has been very dynamic. It's been very difficult to predict, and Partizan have struggled with it.
But finally finding some signs of comfort. I mean, the previous round was a much different story, right? Just MP9s all across the board, minimal utility. But this is why Ancient is particularly CT-sided. As soon as you start to get yourself those guns in, those riflery, that it's more difficult to penetrate these little chokeholds. And Sinners will have to go through this. But this time, they're meeting an A site with no resistance. This could be the perfect case scenario for them. But Dragon was hoping for a trade there. This is going to be a 5v4 with Sinners full control over A.
Morisco's been slow on the entries today, but steps up when he needs to right there. And a much needed retake here for Partizan, but a man down. They're locked out by these smokes. HG will blow one open, playing anti as the flash comes over. It's brilliant from Roger on the rotation flash, but they need more.
Sinners shouldn't lose this. They've got it covered. They've got donut control, they've got main control, and they've got shot locked in to the center of the site. Back box covered. He gets a double, does his job. Now Ceres to pick the pieces up. Collins, backside. He's got himself one. Switch on the M4, but it's not timely. On the bomb in a desperate fashion, but it's Sinners to eventually lock this in the bud. 13 is on the scoreboard with Sinners.
way of the Sinners. We've got Nuke up next, and of course, I'm joined by a new face. It's X-Warrior, and we'll be bringing you through that action very, very shortly. But yeah, I mean, Nuke's an interesting one. Before going into this series, I was quite confident that Partizan would actually take that first map. It's their best map in their pool. They're really, really strong on it. They've beat some very good teams there, and Sinners have looked a little bit shaky on Ancient. That wasn't really the theme for me, and therefore, my whole sort of anticipation, my whole prediction of this game is somewhat out the window. Do you have any thoughts, man?
I've got thought that the green screen, for some reason, has decided to chunk pieces out of me, which is looking weird. I don't know. I look more funky than I usually do. But you're right. It is interesting to see Sinners perform in this way. It's some good signs because, look, if you look at the Oscar iterations and you look at how well they've been historically, whether that was back 3 years ago when they were looking into the top 20s, then dropping back lower and, you know, trying all these different Czech iterations of the team and, you know, trying to bring that national Czech Republican pride back into the spotlights. Now, this is exciting, right? Because you've got the new additions of Pippo, who, how do you pronounce that name? I hope I'm doing that right.
Peppo,
I think, right?
But he's literally brand new,
yeah.
So there isn't too much to sort of...
Fair enough. Okay, we'll go with Peppo then. Yeah, it's exciting, right? It's some fresh new blood. We've obviously had the familiar pet faces here. We had Beastix, Edco, Shock, all of them being around in the scene, in this team as well, in this roster, whether they've come and gone at various times. It's kind of been kind of recycling talent, but this is a brand new thing, something that seems to be working for them and is performing on the server as well, right? And when you've got some Goliaths not being on the roster anymore of the likes of Oscar, it's kind of given room for new ways of playing the game. And we know that the young players joining are the future of this game, right? You've got players like Monacy, Donk just taking the scene by storm. So it's only right, I think, that the Czech Republic does the same in the likes with this roster as well, right? Sinners. And so far, I'm liking it. I've only seen a few rounds, but I want to see what they can do on multiple maps as well, because it's easy to just take a map like Ancient, start on the CT side and do well, but it's another to be able to do it on Nuke, and I'm not quite sure, but given if it's their pick, they should be starting on the T side.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm absolutely with you. Much love to Oscar, absolutely love as a player, and I don't want to mean any disrespect at all.
He's a god.
He's 33, right? He's 33, and even though up until right up until he departed from this roster, he was still fragging, right? He was still putting up numbers, and there was no argument to be made that, you know, he needs to go. But I think that this is a breath of fresh air. I think that this is, you know, new Counter-Strike. You've got a new player, and there's a higher ceiling with it. I think for Oscar, it was never like he was going to get any better, right? He was absolutely fragging. He's a fantastic player, but players from his era have sort of come and gone, and he was never gonna push this roster to be anything sort of higher necessarily. And bringing in like a new young talented player like Peppo, I think it just increases that ceiling. Sure. It sort of says, right, this is how good he is out of the box, and there's room for improvement. And going into the next year or so, they can sort of set their goals higher and say, okay, look, we can shape him into whatever we want him to be, and he could be, you know, either this next sort of tier 1 AWPer that goes elsewhere, or funnel Sinners into sort of becoming an elevated roster, because they do have the pieces to do that. Now, in this game specifically, need to see more out of Shock, right? I think he played terribly in that first map, not even just in terms of the fact that he wasn't finding kills, but also just playing very scared, very apprehensive to take a lot of these duels, and just having real trouble. He didn't find a single kill until, I think he was like 0-8, 0-9, something like that, before he put his first kill on the board. Finished with only a couple of them. So yeah, if he can come into Nuke and give us more, then not only is that just like a necessity, I feel, but also it's almost like they're playing 4v5 right now. And if he steps up, then there's like a whole nother piece. There's a whole nother gear that Sinners can kind of step into, especially if you've got Marisco playing well too, because for the majority of that game, he really struggled too. It was only towards the end he actually had a couple of good rounds. So yeah, there's lots of untapped potential, I feel, here in this series for Sinners. But going into Nuke, we might be able...
Big time. It's oh wait, is it? Yeah, Partizan starting on the defense, on CT side. This is their map pick, correct?
This is Sinner's map pick.
Oh,
Partizan's
Sinner's map
tendency
pick.
to
Ah,
say-
gotcha. Gotcha, my bad. My bad. It took a while to get things going there in my brain, get the gears rolling. But here we go. First blood going over to Sinners as the youngling has been able to find the first shot onto Collins. But it seems like Zedco and Shock listen to your feedback here, Josh. Double kill by the double player. Roll up moving in. Well, it's not making sense, but Sinners shots connecting. And with the only player remaining, it's Partizan's Kindo left to do it in a 1v4. And a highly unlikely thing to do, but Sinners have already done what they'd had to do. And this round is more than likely going to be going into their favor and getting things rolling on the T side as well. Get that economy going their way instead of Partizan. Really important like on a map like Nuke. So yeah, the best starts I think Sinners could have hoped for.
Zedco might actually be caught out here. There you go. I'm really surprised that Sinners are taking as long as they are to get that bomb planted. Eventually, they'll tap in those digits and get it down for Kindo. He's found himself another, and all of a sudden, there might actually be cause to go for this. The thing is with it is, it kind of feels unwinnable, and he's got Julies and untouched Kevlar. So there is actually something to save here. I think if he just had a USP and he'd already been tagged, he'd probably just throw himself at this and give it a crack. But no kit and, a little bit of equity to carry across into the next. It does make sense for him to try and hold on to these pistols. He's got to make sure he doesn't take damage from that bomb, or even worse, die on the exit. And that's what happens. So actually a bit of a shame. Doesn't get an opportunity to clutch the round, and also doesn't get the reward of saving either. So very good start for Sinners. First on the board. Exactly what you want to see out of them here.
Yeah, keeping the momentum on from the previous round, really. If you were able to get a second round as well in a dominating fashion, not allowing Partizan to, gain any spoils of war, find a weapon or so, would just put the nail on the coffin, really, and in the ways of momentum can go. And we can see a triple rifle setup, a couple of Galils and an AK, MAC-10s on Peepo and Bistic, as it could permit for some explosive action. Kindo finds the angle into Shock as the flash of Emmy does deplete his abilities of working through the site. Still, Partizan have locked the site down. Sinners have finally found a breakaway. Bomb needs to cross in though, as Roger still has the bird's nest cover. Peepo, can he find Collins in time? The answer is no, as Kindo's arrived just in time. Partizan are able to disrupt Sinners in their attempt to get a double up as they find a round of their own.
We saw this in map 1 as well. Neither team able to string two together after the pistol. It's always messy. These MP9s have just been a thorn in the side of both teams here. Especially when you're trying to entry out onto the A site. So many awkward elevations, so difficult to clear top hut without the molly covering the whole thing. No point of escape. So, without the bomb plant, but still a force spider on double eco, so have to give it a go. And Collins, good start. First blood drawn, Dragon's going to double that up.
Honestly, the animation there made me think that he died to the nade as he was exploding upwards, but no, it was just his ragdoll body after he was falling from skies, from bullets. Shock.
Oh,
That is greedy, I guess would be a way to say it, but obviously desperate times call for desperate measures. Not much in the back for them, not much in the arsenal. Just a couple of Tech 9s for now, as the IGL and this hatchling under his wing trying to make sense of this one. 1 minute on the clock. Partizan have already made strides towards a full set of rifles. Pepper's going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to hold on to them. A long distance fight on a Tech 9 goes Beastic's way, and he immediately collect for the second. That would have been an impressive ending to that round, but no. Just 3 survivors for Partizan as they get a second one in their hand.
this is actually just a really bizarre round for me. I know that Dragon's got super aggressive and sort of brought the fight to his opponents, but for Sinners. With a buy like this, it always feels difficult to criticize when they're only on upgraded pistols. But you expect them to group up, trade off of each other. It's really the only way to ever make those Tech 9s work. And instead, you had like a solo player outside. There was no support, no trade potential. You had the single push out of Hut, which just obviously didn't work. And yeah, it just felt like sort of mistakes being made, and each and every player leaving their teammates high and dry. Roga caught with an aid in hand. Lucky he's only against the Glocks here. This should be a clean-up. The goal is to have a flawless round. That no longer is a possibility. But they have denied the plant.
Pretty damn close to the flawless round, though, as no other player from Sinners has been able to find any success. A quick succession of kill one after the other, and that's Partizan finding the third. Sinners trailing back a bit. I think you described it nicely. A little bit detached, it seems so far, but now this is a real opportunity to show us what they can do. A full set of rifles, AKs galore. Let's see what Sinners can do here on this T side.
All right, well, round number 5, and finally, a proper buy out of the Sinners. It's 5 AK-47s. They don't have the money for that AWP. I think Peppo would like it. Can't have it yet. Instead, Roga has one on the other side, and it's outside control. Very, very important, and I think that AWP is a really, really key tool to actually hold on to that control as well. Sinners feel like they've tapped the brakes a little bit in this one. The past couple of rounds, within the first sort of 15-20 seconds, they've taken first contact. They've often lost a player. Now not the case.
Yeah, complete 180 on approach. No longer disjointed, but no longer moving either. Morisco further out looking. As Dragon considering a peek out from stairs. Oh, not going for it this time. About 50 seconds. This clock has died down and Sinners have not made a move. And Partizan haven't used too much of the utility either. Sinners aren't poking and prodding enough to bait those out. 40 seconds. And this is starting to get a little bit more pressuring. Zedko will be closing in. Lovely flash allows Zedko to double up. It's Morisco to assist, actually. But Dragon finds himself in the back line. A bit overzealous from Morisco, but he gets it done. Leaving Roga in the 1v3. Sinners full site control and bomb plant. Roga has got to keep this big green in his hands. And I think he might just be able to do so. We'll be running away from the site of the crime, as Sinners find their way on the board as soon as they get AKs on their hands.
Yeah, you're right. That was really bold from Morisco to swing and take that fight the secret player. One more bullet into him. It would have put it into a 2v2 and a very doable retake, but he does win the duel. As messy as it is, Roga forced to back off and save. AWP in hand. They are pressuring for him, but surely Peppo emerges around this corner, he'll hit the shot, and in fact, they don't want to press it any further. So, 3-2, a much better round from Sinners. I love the entries, they were so crisp. And Morisco is having a lightning start to this. We're still yet to see sort of any resurgence out of Shock, but Morisco for sure, a key player.
Yeah, I like this from Sinners so far, taking fights on their terms. Partizan, on the other hand, got a little bit complacent, obviously, given that previously Sinners were just popping through corners one by one, so easy pickings, and therefore the rounds collected as well. But no such mistake was made in round number 5. So Partizan might be forced to be a little bit more forward-facing this time. Morisco chunked down to half. As the cross is successful from a couple of players. Bomb still stuck outside. No pickup just yet. There's a worry here. If there's a cross into the B side, you've got to be careful where you place your players. A fickle game on the CT side, one you've always got to have in mind. Emmy on the hold. Oh, the timing on that one. Lisa gets caught out. Roga finds a big green in his hands and put it to good use. Zedko, the only player from Sinners to find a pick here, as Partizan seem to struggle, as Sinners seem to struggle.
A nice bite back at Emmy's double. Doing them a lot of favours. Peppo trying to find space. Down in the lower bottom site. Emmy meets the chopping block. 35 seconds left. If Zedco can catch up, this rotator timing's awkward, and somehow he loses the duel. That would have been key. Instead, this is looking done, but Peppo still fancies his chances. Spots the second, dropping down onto the site. Flashbang in, has the info on the last man as well. 15 seconds left though. He's got to drop down, grab this bomb, and get it planted on the site. And he's got a little bit of space to do so. He'll have safe passage on the cross, just about. Evades the AWP, but Molly goes down, but he'll get that bomb tapped in time. Swings out, can't hit the shot. Roga's quicker, and Partizan just about get it done, but that came a little close for comfort in the clutch.
It did, it really did, but Roga knew exactly what to do, right? Make sure the odds are in his favour, throw the molly, flash the player out. There aren't really many corners for him to hide in that situation, so clear line of sight for the AWP to get the pick up. But truly, the catalyst was just the start of this round, right? The first few picks gathered, being able to keep B-Stick, you know, there was a double-up play there, but one being kept in the smoke and B-Stick up ahead meant that there was no trade potential, therefore Sinners were already moving on a disadvantage. Then the trade up from Dragon coming in from outside as well was hyper successful. So Sinners, yeah, little by little, stopped losing advantages. And when Zedco missed that last shot, yikes, you know, that's when you start to have a, you know, hint of hurt in your stomach. So yeah, not the most comfortable situation for Sinners here. You thought they were starting to gather up some momentum, but quickly out of their hands. Bit of a disconnect, meaning we're into a tech pause, but Partizan seem to be comfortable so far. The question is, how much of a buffer can they create on the CT side?
It does beg the question, what if Zedco hadn't whiffed that duel? I think that round probably could have gone the other way, to be honest.
Could have been a 2v3, right?
Well, yeah, no, it would have been a 2v... Well, yeah, would have been a 2v3, and then when Peppo found that second kill, would have
2v2,
gone down
so
to a 2v2,
yeah.
So... definitely would have become possible.
Could have, should have, would have.
Yeah,
at this point.
So. Can't be whiffing shots like that, though. Zedco was a bit of a beast on that first map. Consistent with those entries, consistent with the clutches.
Fumes of the AK got to his head, man. Got a bit lightheaded. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. So, just about enough cash in the bank to pull out another buy here, but it's far from perfect, right? 2 Galils, and, well, for Peppo, he had the decision to make as to whether or not he should drop down to that Galil, have that util, or whether to go for the AK but only have the single smoke. He's gone for the latter. Will it pay off? On the other side, it's a full buy. Once again, of course, rifles, Roger on that AWP. He's been good with it. In terms of kill count, he hasn't actually got too many, but in terms of the impact of these kills and, you know, hitting those key shots, the important ones, he's delivered. He looks to do so again here. Quite aggressive towards Squeaky. He's playing in front of the smoke. This is bold.
Oh, the timing. Could have been better. Shock. Able to jiggle peek his way into not peeking a corner he didn't really want to peek. Now Emmy, though, is taking a chance. The smoke might fade, and it might be the right timing for it. Nade will allow him to clear it. No one's there. Good read by Pepito. Sideline that. Sinners have found themselves in the back line completely. Shock. Awaiting to see if anyone oversteps their mark. And that's exactly what might happen. Both Kindo and Emmy considering walking out of their respective positions. No feet are spotted. Kindo knows how to route in that position. And the rest of Sinners make their way onto the side. Dragon finally evening up the scales. And it seems that Partizan are way more comfortable taking the fights on ramp. Sinners chunked down. B-Sick not in a very happy position. And Emmy's so close he can smell the fight, but Morisco needs to be accurate, and that he is. Roga, quick to react. Bomb goes down, but it's a 2v3. Considers hiding positions.
B-Stick's so low on health. Dragon's on his way. So many angles to clear that this B site can always be a little tricky. And the timing. Oh, Roga. That is so important. And the Dragon finding that last headshot. Partizan make it work. honestly, they play that round to perfection. I was worried for a second when Emmy blew that main smoke open, didn't see anyone. I thought it would maybe bait him into a false sense of security that they hadn't crossed. But Dragon instantly proves that he does have that information by pushing into ramp, right? It's been communicated. He doesn't get flanked. He says, okay, well, if there's 3, 4 outside, I'm going to play in for the vending control. Then when they try and wrap ramp and route into the B site, I'm going to catch him in the back. It's exactly what he does. He plays his role brilliantly. He kills one. He stays alive. He applies that pressure. And then when his teammates join him, they execute the retake perfectly. 5 on the board for Partizan. And yeah, I mean, that round was brilliant.
Yeah, little bits and pieces. Building up on top of each other for success. Kindo just weaving in and out of battle. And finding spoils of war as he comes and goes. Yeah, the CT side looks comfortable, but Sin is looking at build up the pressure by trying to explode onto site, but the funds elude them as Partizan continue in their winning ways and creating now a 4-round gap.
Okay.
That's a big
6-2,
yawn from
nothing.
Roga.
What was that?
Big yawn. He yawned. It was a ginormous yawn. It's too easy, apparently.
Yeah, these morning games, man. Having to get up at 2:30 to play CS
Yoinks.
in the afternoon. Yeah, for some of us. It's a dig at you. It's a dig at you.
Oh, man.
Very aggressive here. Look at how versatile he's been. Last round he went aggro in the squeaky door. This time he's going aggro red container.
To defend myself, it was a midday nap.
Yeah, okay.
Woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, actually.
Alright. No, I forgive you. That's fair enough.
Oh, finally fight going Sinner's way. I spoke too fast. Nade lands and Beastic is no more. Though, quick switch into the Tech 9 is doing wonders for Partizan. Now Zedko breaks through, but he needs assistance and he needs it quick. He's holding down the line and he finds the moment to cruise in. Oh, can Dragon get me caught here? Yes, he can! And it's down to 2v2. Peppo, very low. A bullet anywhere on his body would be his demise, but Partizan know where their bomb is and know they can bide their time for Sinners to regroup. Sure, bomb is now collected, but no access to a site just yet. Oh man, Zedko, this is so sneaky.
Oh.
Do you check this?
It is.
You don't?
Yikes. Yeah, it's just too many angles, isn't there? In an ideal world, you want to clear it, but realistically, other positions to prioritise. Kindo gets the timing too, though, and spins around. Nothing that can be done from Peppo. Kindo with a clutch and a bad time for Sinners. That was a perfect opportunity for them to sort of plug the bleeding, claw this back, have a decent half, and they are stripped of the opportunity. I mean, 6-2, it is nothing too out of the ordinary here for a CT side of Nuke, but it is a little bit of a crossroads. It's a turning point. Either Sinners win a few rounds and, you know, make this a serviceable half. They take 4, 5, something to show for it. Or Partizan just keep up this momentum and sort of steal this away before it even gets started.
That's nuts. And the fact that he finds Zedko with his back shown to him. It was a perfect player to pick up from the two, right? With Pepper being low. Damn. I guess for some unlucky, for some lucky. And for some just pure damn skill. Partizan 7-2 against Sinners. We expect the CT side to go well for them. It's the way of the world. It's the way of Nuke. But it's the gap that will make all the difference, right? Make it feasible for Sinners to come back. If they can get a couple more before the end of this half, there's a chance, there really is. But if they stay up on those 2 rounds, that's when you start thinking of Mirage. Emmy holding the fort down. Finally, the killing blow delivered by Zedko, but he doesn't go down with just 1 kill.
Ooh.
He's got to make it a show. And just like that, a round flipped on its head. 2 remaining for Partizan as they try to recover.
It's the Tech 9s again, delivering the goods. Dragon and Rogue looking for this retake, but Roga just doesn't have the right tool for the job. It's going to be so difficult to breach this A site with the AWP, but getting a tad over aggressive, it's shock caught. And now a 2v2. Bomb halfway ticked. Roga still scoped in. Doesn't want to make the sound cue. Now has to go no scope mode, and the shotgun AWP doesn't pay off. Zedco finishes, and, well, Sinners, they snatch away a round that really they had no business in winning.
That round had Zedco's name written all over it, man. I mean, you can definitely attribute that one to that man entirely. Sure, he was set up to get those kills, but he had no right to triple up after the first. That was insane. And let's be fair, it's plays like these that get your blood boiling again, get the adrenaline running, and get you feeling that you're right back in the game. Sure, you're 4 rounds behind, but 2 rounds left in the half when you've got an AWP in the hands of Peppo, when you've already got a map behind you. There's definitely belief reinstated here for Sinners. This is anyone's game, and they're just letting us know that.
Yeah, solidified the message that they're still here to play. Sinners, of course, are map up already. They took out Ancient, the Partizan pick. You'd expect this to be the comfort zone. Partizan getting a little bit of that lifeline adrenaline. A map down, their backs are against the wall. They've certainly come out swinging so far. Roger on the AWP. Peppo with one on the other side. We have very rarely seen that sniper emerge here for the T's. Kindo very aggressive there into lobby. Gets information, can't find the opening kill.
Oh, good to see Peppo finding some of these openers. So that's the ramp made weaker. And you can see a little bit of movement from Roga as well. Try to block the pieces. Block the entries, rather. Make sure that Sinners can't cross that easy. But he's alone in that fight, so Sinners might choose to use that position to move in. But it's not without the illusion that they're thinking to go into the A site. Trying to keep Partizan busy. Not make them comfortable about the status quo. Force some errors. Now Sinners starting to get on the move. Slowly maneuvering into the ramp side. Maybe looking to move into B, but no, they break all the way through. Zedco right in Roga's face and creates the advantage even bigger for Sinners. Now Dragon needs to hold down the fort. He's got control of the room under his domain, but with 2 players looking, he's got no chance of retaliating.
And what do you do now if you're Collins? I don't even think he has an escape route here. The next round will be the final of the half. He recognises the importance of holding on to this M4. There's not going to be a lot of money to buy around it. But Morisco outside in hot pursuit of him. B-Stick clearing the corners down below as well. It's only a matter of time before they sniff him out. And Collins, look at this, just head on a pivot. But if he stays here and they don't clear him, then he will survive. That bomb's far enough away and he's got enough health. So it looks like he'll get out of there. More importantly, though, Sinners will take a 4th and really start to claw this back in a game that they were looking a little lost in. Looking a little uninspired. Now they're finding their footing. Shock still having a stinker, though. Him and B-Stick, 1 kill apiece. It's really surprising to me when you sort of see these rounds accumulating.
Yeah, continue. I was just reacting to the 1 kill. I only just
no,
noticed
it's all good. It's only Peppo and Zedco and Morisco really doing anything here in terms of the damage.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Beast, yeah, he's got a very supportive role in this team, so he's not going to be doing a lot of the fragging anyway. But it is surprising to have 2 players on that score and still being in the conversation. Bad. Okay, the individual stepping up, but Collins has already put one of those individuals in their grave. So that's going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, especially with this weird bite. Honestly, this has been a series where these weird buys have somehow had an advantage. Heebie-jeebie stuff going on.
I believe in that, man.
Yeah.
Really do.
Ghosts and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright.
Herobrine and all that. Yeah, it's real. He's real.
He's real.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, no, 100%, man.
Bogdan's Law.
Yeah, that's
wait.
another one. World renowned.
World renowned.
One of the greats. Einstein. Nikola Tesla. Bogdan's Law. And below, though, Collins is ready. No one has made a peep. They've just read this.
Oh, that is exciting from Morisco. Gets off our seats for a second, and he's not only done, gets himself a triple. And Partizan do not have the facilities to take this on. Morisco is covering a different angle now. Explosive push down from Emmy. Tries to get the double up, and he succeeds. No bloody way. Morisco had no right, but okay, I guess it ends in Partizan's way.
Yeah, what a ridiculous round to end that, actually. Not a step made by anybody. It was dead silent. Partizan had read that they'd lost that outside control. There was a decent chance B was about to be hit. They react in kind. They rotate perfectly. Morisco's triple entry was ridiculous. Somehow they hold on, and Emmy's MP9 holds true. An 8th round obtained. It's a good half. It's a good half. For Sinners, it's not too bad. I think they'll be kicking themselves. They weren't able to convert that 5th, but 4's still within the realm of possibility. If they can top it up with a pistol round, they are back in the running. They've got the guns out to do so. Beastick, he sacrificed himself again. The in-game leader. Bolstering up his boys. 2 pairs of jewelries dropped. And they're charging down Kindo.
I mean, that's already a little bit of conditioning, right? From Sinners saying that we're willing to take these pushes. Sure, you're on the pistol round, but seeing them on positions that only T's should be, it's, you know, giving Partizan a bit of a taste of what could potentially come. And with 2 only left, you can already call the Shroud impossible. Although there are many horror stories where things like this turn upside down. I don't think this is one of them, given how Sinners are treating the situation. They've got information on Emmy, so they could close in on his position if they like. You can already see from Beastick. But now they need to figure out where Dragon is to seal the deal.
Yeah, Sinners are a team that don't make mistakes in scenarios like this. You know, you got a mix, you got a new roster, something like that. It's very easy to get itchy fingers, get a little bit too aggressive in these scenarios that you think are impossible to lose. Right here, coordination to the max. No chance that he was getting out alive, and Shock able to put his 3rd down on the tally. So, a 5th round obtained by Sinners, and an important one. I said if they can take that pistol, then they're in good stead. Not only doing so, but actually doing so without allowing Partizan to find a bomb plant or any significant damage. Forces them down to an eco. Sinners will have a freebie here, a chance to rack up a bit of money. Look at the buy as a result of it. Zedko's gone for a shotgun. Nuke, really one of the only maps where it's viable. More than likely he'll be playing top hut or around this area. In fact, he's going to play inside of it. Get up in their faces. He's hungry with the crocodile weapon.
It does look like a crocodile, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's actually a skin that's a crocodile as well.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. It does.
Just snaps at you.
Chomp, chomp, chomp. Yeah.
Chomp, chomp. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, they more snap than chomp, don't they?
They do,
they're
but
more snappers.
I guess the XM sounds more like a chomp, so we'll go with that. It's a chomping crocodile.
Yeah.
Maybe alligators chomp. I don't know. I think one is smaller than the other. So maybe we call it that. The alligator.
So, I've seen some pretty big alligators, though. I wouldn't want to...
Oh.
I wouldn't want to mess with either, to be honest.
Yeah, obviously. They grab a hold of your limb and then start twisting. Good luck.
My toxic trait is I think I'm the best in the alligator. But That's what this feels like over towards ramp. It's just an absolute shutdown. The Glocks look like they found 2 kills. Actually, one of them was a team kill, and they've only found the one. It's on to Peppo. That weapon will be picked up, so no real troubles. A little bit of, tossing around of weapons, both for masses obtained, the shotgun thrown away. A shame that we didn't get to see it put into action, but really almost as clean as it comes.
Complete carnage. Pretty sure I saw limbs lying around here and there. Blood.
That's what it would look like after my crocodile fight.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. But you're still here, so we know who won. So, it's more plausible that you won rather than you didn't win, right?
Yeah.
That's more plausible. Not that you're lying. We all believe you.
Win rate
Yeah.
against crocodiles. I've never lost a fight against a crocodile.
That is insane. Just like Canada never lost a war.
Yeah. Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
Big one for Aroga to pick up. Peppo, though, swings back. Like we said earlier, the conditioning from the pistol. Sinners like to get into their opponent's faces, but it's not without the trade of space. But the recollection of the bomb is on its way. And it seems that Sinners have permitted it to happen, but they've circumnavigated around the site nicely. Oh, Collins! Where are you going? He's got a friend with him. Peppo hiding. They're definitely going to check this corner, aren't they? They've got to. Peppo here, there's the commotion, smoke out. Oh dear, Emmy will be swinging, and it's in the nick of time. Shot didn't have a chance for that one. Bomb dropped, and that's where Sinners can come alive. They know what to do. And Kindo is scratching his head. Less than 40 seconds. No friends on the radio. It's just him against his 3 opponents. Him and his Galil. But honestly, wherever he goes, even if he stands still, his fate is sealed. Only one away from Sinners equalizing the board. And that's a triple round collection for the start of the CT side for Sinners.
We saw this so much on Ancient. Sinners getting so cheeky, more so on their T side. They weren't able to do so here on the T side of Nuke, but now they're on their defense. Despite the fact that this map follows a completely different blueprint, they're still getting these flanks in, these aggressive plays. Partizan don't feel safe anywhere, and there's kind of this constant conditioning that that's the case. Anywhere you hide, Sinners are going to sniff you out and punish. Right here, force up with the Tech 9s. We've seen success out of them a couple of times so far this series, but Shock teed up with 5 coming his way, looking to line up a strike. Here they come, head found for the first, now drops off.
Yeah, that's what you've got to do. Get the first pick, drop back. You've given the information for the rest to do the thing, but Shock just finds one, drops back to another angle, and then picks up another. That's 2 to his name. Actually 3, with Morisco now joining the fray, and he doesn't have much trouble adding to the tally either. 8 to 8, Sinners have performed the comeback. It looked a little bit bleak at the start of the game. It was an 8 to 2 score, but Sinners closed up the gap a little bit towards the end of the first half, and now being on an absolute tear on the second half, Partizan are in trouble.
Yeah, and they now need to sort of break this momentum that Sinners have managed to accumulate and break that bank that comes with it. $6,000-$7,000 for the most part on these boys as a backup cushion if needs be for a rainy day. Peppo still down to an MP9 as well, playing the bonus. Look at this for B-Stick. Oh my god, it's so aggressive and the timing's brilliant. I'm not sure this is going to be checked. I think Kindo's semi-aware that he could have been timing, and considering how aggressive Sinners have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he expected it. He certainly expects the aggression from Shock. And B-Stick won't peak in time to trade it, so Kindo gets out of there with a man advantage.
Yeah, that's a small adaptation Partizan have made this round to deal with Sinners' little pokes and prods, which has given them an inch to work with, but Morisco's running out of bullets here, and he's in a very vulnerable position. Can't afford to spray, which allows Collins to get the pickup. 4v3, Partizan still ahead, but a couple of players chunked down. Look how curious Peppo is, how afraid he is, wondering where anyone could be, but he still gets away with a pickup. And Partizan yet to make too much, yet to gain any space, to be fair. And they need to act. They need to make leeway. And Peppo's being such a menace. 2v2, 30 seconds. Bomb in the hand of Emmy. And B-Stick reads the position of Kindo. So damn low. 20 seconds. Yet to make real headway into the site. Finally, Emmy makes the move. But it's Zetko. And he's the man you want in the clutch. Disallowing the plants. And Kindo really far away with a molly dropping directly where the C4 is placed. In real circumstances, that would be in a kaboom. But no, not this time. Not in this world. What? Not on this engine. And yeah, there we have it. Sinners, with the matter of the clock running down, get themselves a win.
That was really disjointed from Sinners. I mean, a couple of nice moments there. Peppo's MP9 going huge to even claw it back to a point where it was somewhat contentious, but then going for the open plant was really where that all fell apart, right? Teammate miles away, no support to be provided, no cover to be provided. I don't know if that's a bad bit of information, a bad call as to where that last man is, but yeah, being exposed from heaven, being exposed from pretty much everything. Not the right move. Had they have, yeah, tucked in a little bit, forced him out into the open, perhaps he would have been apprehensive to do so in case it was a fake, would have waited for that plant to go down, then at least there would have been a 1v1 to be played. Either way, though. All
Interesting
falling
position.
apart.
Yeah, you're right. Partizan are just inches away from letting this game completely out of hand. This is a must-win round. And they've been able to cross the majority of the players, 4 of the 5. No one's really on the case here. Actually, I lied. Zedko's looking. Or is it Peppo? Can't quite tell with this HUD.
Yes. It can be tough, can't it? You're playing where's Waldo on the minimap.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Just outside of the squeaky door. It's a scrappy buy from Partizan. One that they've got to make work, otherwise Sinners will be on double digits. And not like that. Shock just lining them up. Makes it 2. And he's happy to back off here. Wait for his teammates. Play for the retake. They do need to be careful, though, because Dragon, again, is this snake in the grass, as he always is. And his timing's brilliant.
I'm a little bit curious here for Partizan. Where's the flash? Where's the smoke? Where's the pressure from ramp? You've got 3 ways of dealing with that position, but neither of them were utilized. Which does allow Sinners to gain headway here. Zedko just with the ego peak. He can do that because he is Zedko. Dragon forced to do it by himself. The one-on-one peaks, though, allows him to give a chance to himself. But no, Peppo has got himself the big green. And it's just enough. No, it isn't. There is no kit. No, there is kit, but he will be defusing. Okay, I don't know, man. Forgotten the timings on this game. We didn't get to see the bomb defuse, but I think that should be Sinners picking it up. Surely, right?
I don't know. I don't think so, because he wouldn't have had time to then run back again, or did he?
No,
No,
he didn't. Huh?
No. I'm really confused.
Did he?
I think he would have had it if he stuck it.
Okay, I know
and
what
even if
happened.
he didn't, he dies with the bomb anyway. So why not give it a go?
I know what happened. He didn't have the kit, but as he was running away, picked one up. That's why when I looked, there was a kit. But why he didn't try to defuse anyway. Huh.
Right.
Well,
Makes sense.
could be the case. I could be wrong. Could VOD review this later. See the clip. But for now, it is a 9-9. It really shouldn't have been a 9-9 right now, given that it was a 3 versus 1. Good clutch by Dragon. We've got to give him kudos. But he was taking one-on-one fights there, as Sinners decided to give that round away.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess, to be honest, in a scenario that shouldn't have gone Partizan's way. But again, yeah, it's just massive props to Dragon. His entire role that round was played to perfection. Coming in on that flank, being that insurance policy, knowing that he'd be the man in the clutch. This guy's got a 1.2 rating over the last 3 months. He's just been unbelievable. And he's not necessarily reflecting that here in this map, but when he has opportunities like that, you absolutely can't count him out of it. Right now just dropping down to this lower site. Partizan fancy their chances on B again.
Doing the conga line as they make their way around this B site, multiple entries. Breakthrough. Oh, squeakies again. They do not check this angle, not in time, but this time Peppo couldn't quite connect. Nade. It lands on time. 12 seconds. Someone needs to get the bomb down, and they need to do it quick, but they need to cross through sight lines. The flash is perfect. Peppo couldn't do a thing there. Dragon sees the barrel and makes the move. Dragon is nearby. Beastic reads it. Bomb is down, and it's a 3v3.
Take. Hot on their heels, but again, it's this pincer that punishes Mariska on the late rotation. Beastic's got to go huge. Shots fired, not connecting. He'll drop, and Zedko out in the open with his pants down as all three swing him. There's nothing more he can bring. 10 rounds for Partizan. They hit double digits against all odds, really. But a breath of fresh air and some wind in their sails. They might be able to stay on course to the finish line. Sinners don't have money. And on the CT side, being economically broken like this is a major hindrance. Partizan will have a freebie for an 11th.
I mean, we've been praising Peppo, right, for being a great addition to the roster, giving this team some fresh air, a new sense of life, really. And but no one's immune to pressure, to be honest. And I think pressure's starting to get into him. I think there was a shot he should have connected earlier. The previous round that could have completely turned the tides. And the cross into sight. Hey, everyone misses shots. But this one might be costing Sinners the map.
I can imagine there's a lot of pressure on Peppo. Everybody else has very much earned their place in this roster, been a staple for 1, 2, 3 years, in some cases even more. For Peppo, I think he's definitely proving his worth. He's playing fantastically well, but yeah, this is absolutely the highest level roster he's played on in his career. These are some of the biggest matches he's ever played in his career.
He's playing for more money than he's ever had.
Well, yeah. I think at some point you sort of look around you and realise, like, I'm on the big stage here now. Maybe a bit of nerve gets to you. Maybe some of those, especially as an author, you're playing with thin margins. Gets to the end of the game, you realise the importance of just closing it out.
Still the city side.
Adjustments.
And still only 2 rounds away. I like the timeout. I'm glad it's here. Many teams disregard the power of the timeout. Not only in stepping back a little bit and breaking the streak of succession that their opponents might have created, but also discussing what might have been going wrong, how to get back into the game.
I like that the vibes look tight there as well. Even in that pause, despite the fact that they're trailing by 2, and this is actually looking really scary for Sinners. Peppo had a big smile on his face.
Nice.
Everybody seems to be staying confident, staying positive. It's exactly what you need. You cannot tilt now. You cannot run out of steam. It's round number 21. And they need 4 in a row to close this out in regulation. Can't afford any mistakes. A minute left on this clock. Partizan, so slow. No one has played into them.
This time looking to push into the ace side. You talk a lot. Oh, Beast spotted. He is blind though, so able to do too much. Peppo wondering when should he go in, but he doesn't want to overstep. He's scared of making that. That's when mistakes happen. You need to push in, you need to help out your team, you need to be working together. But this causes the fall of 2, and Sinners retreat and hand this round over.
Oh man. Well, 13 no longer the target then. 3 in a row for overtime or it's bust. And we look down the barrel of Mirage. It's a map that neither team have actually got a very good record on, to be honest. Sinners have struggled in their previous endeavours there. They did manage to beat Kono the other day. That was in Frost and Fire, but before the Christmas break, it was a map that they had few and far between successes with. It was a major sticking point in their veto, to be honest. Saving those weapons does allow them to have a decent buy here going into potentially the final round of regulation. They've got to hold on. Partizan on the cusp of victory. And a bizarre trade of map picks for both of these sides. But they seem to have had the tempo right these last couple of rounds. They've kept Sinners guessing, and on the executions, they've been clinical.
You've got to give Partizan kudos for getting back into the game after those few rounds. Sinners had a chance to build quite a hefty CT side, but not quite. This time, they allow their opponents to move in and try to create a pincer maneuver from the back, but no. Roga is ready for it. The Sinners can't hold back this time. Can't hand this over. Have to give this a good old college try. Mariska with a first. Roga, the timing is off. Beastic is allowed to get into the back line, but it doesn't mean that the rest of Partizan aren't finding success. The rest of the side situation. But yeah, Mirage is, you know, the bread and butter of Counter-Strike at this point, right? So it's sure, both of the teams have had those weak performances, so let's see if they've been able to iron them out. But yet again, we kind of look at maps that Sinners, you know, might have not been too particularly good at, like Ancient, and then they perform pretty damn good at. So maybe there's a bit of a swap in strengths here, especially with the addition of Peppo. And yeah, I think that's particularly what we're looking at. I think overall, though, you've got to separate from the group some of the individuals. And I think, talking about Sinners first, you've got, sure, the likes of Zedgo and Marisco, who've been good throughout the entire series. Shock had some weak performances at the start of the second map on Nuke, but then stepped up. But Beastick, like Shock, had an early weak beginning to the series, but didn't step up after that. And you've got to ask the question here, you know, sure, you've got a supportive position, but you've got to be able to hold on to your own weight here. And when rounds are as close as the rounds we saw previously, you know, those small details, those, you know, one-on-one exchanges that are inevitably failed make a massive difference.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, the thing is with it, and I'm always apprehensive whenever I sort of point out, like, Beastick, especially his kill count, because Beastick's a very selfless player, yeah? He does not set himself up for the kills. He plays a hard support role, and he's the IGL. And you've only got to look at, like, the pistol round, for example, where he drops 2 pairs of Julies, doesn't buy himself Kevlar, doesn't buy himself an upgraded pistol or anything like that. Yeah. He is setting up his team for the kills. But going 3-17... yeah, still definitely doesn't cut it. We need to see an increase in performance out of him if they want a shot on Mirage, that's for sure. But we go into our third and final map of the day for this matchup. Sinners starting off on their CT side. Partizan with their attack. A little bit of util for Emmy to work with. Then some dropped over to Collins. Kevlar on the rest. And they're set up for an A execution. Looks like they want to get this done quickly.
Does indeed. They pull the brakes. Marisco forward. Sinners.
That's big.
Sinners take the initiative and double up early with the Julies. Only a simple trade. Sinners are happy with this. You can see Shock dropping back here. Doesn't want to lose his life and waits for his teammates to arrive. Dragon tries to be aggressive for the back of the flash. He's not successful in doing so, and it seems that Sinners are starting to lose out on these fights. Oh dear me. Thought you've had the advantage. Think again. Down to Peppo, the new addition, the youngling, with 2 very different angles he needs to tackle. Tries to avoid the fight on one.
Oh my god!
He got to the other. That is insane. But maybe he thought he had cover when he didn't, because that's when Collins just does a drive-by and ends up with the round for Partizan.
I don't think he was going for the stick. I think he was just tapping that bomb, but still kind of bizarre that he goes about it with his back turned. Either way, this round was such a brawl. I mean, the Julies at the start getting 2. It's criminal. And spamming away. So difficult to stay composed with those Glocks, but yeah, once they got that bomb down, the CT crunch, just pushing in one by one, it was such a mistake out of Sinners. It's one that cost them the round, and a very important one at that. Second coming in then for Partizan. Buy up for everybody. That doesn't seem to matter. Marisco still stripping heads. That's a lovely shot.
More of that, please. Yes. More 1Ds.
He's hit the dink. Collins is 1 HP. I don't even know how that's happened.
It doesn't matter though. He's still up and running. Huh.
Yeah. Days are numbered. Oh, I speak too soon. Drive-by. This has been a bizarre round. A full eco, so, you know, any kind of damage here is good damage, especially kills with the Mac 10, just coming with a greater kill reward. But, yeah, ultimately for Partizan, they'll come out with all 3 rifles, which is the important parts. They only lose those 2 SMGs. And the round win. Up into the third then. Sinners with a decent buyback. But yeah, it's been a bit of a shaky start for Sinners. I was hoping they'd come out of the gates hotter here.
Yeah, I mean, they sort of did at the pistol round, but only at the start of it. Then, for some reason, they kept losing their fights. I don't know. This happens sometimes, I guess. But you're right, we kind of want to see a little bit more from them. They've got an opportunity to do that now, but I'm just seeing the difference in utility. If Partizan play it patiently, if they allow Sinners to expend the most of it, it should give them a real advantage in taking some of these fights. Zedko can smell Collins' odor as they are so damn close.
Feels a bit mean. I'm sure he doesn't smell that bad.
It might be a good smell. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's got the fancy perfume.
I'm just trying to think of brands of perfume, but they're not coming to my mind.
Yeah, me neither.
Does that mean we stink?
It means we stink.
Here comes Zedko. Good for the one. It looks shaky at the start, but he's able to recover it by the end and at least go traded. But Partizan are quick to react to this and have instantly put a lot of players dedicated to the B site takeover. Successful in picking it up. Bomb will be going down, but at least Sinners have got more players to throw at the problem. Peppo is the only one that you need to throw at, though. With 2 to his name and Kindo out of the conversation, he's got a chance to get the pick up on shot, given that he's so low.
Oh, wow.
No. Okay, well, he was low himself, so only one bullet should have done it, but the fact that it's a headshot just makes it a little bit more impressive. With a 90-degree turn of Morisco, Sinners find their way on the board. It doesn't take them long to do it.
Some of those mistakes shining through now for Partizan, right? You had the short control, the man in the ladder room, of course, low on health, couldn't really maneuver. Wasn't in a position to leave that spot and try and hold for that kitchen push, but the second man on the site should have been. Seemed like he was just sort of caught off guard. Beppo found that perfect timing. Emerged through, found both absolutely perfect. First on the board then for Sinners. They look to propel off of this. Another buy back, get a big headshot found, but a nice trade. Zedko keeps the numbers even. And they maintain somewhat of a grip on mid. They do need to be careful though. Bomb's been left in spawn, however, so Partizan shouldn't be in any major hurry. And that felt a little unnecessary. The single push. Just trying to be the hero, trying to find a timing. Unable to do so.
Yeah, sets them back. Doesn't take long for Partizan to be no longer competitive in this round. And yeah, Sinners, just like they do in moments like these, just drop back, hold angles. The ending on Nuke was a weird one for Sinners. I felt they should have got on that. But they got a little bit flustered, didn't they? Sure, you've got a new addition, the likes of Pepper, that you rely on to do a lot of the fragging. It's, you know, if you're not tested in situations like these, you could fall victim to pressuring situations. But 2v3 is a lot more doable than a 2v4. Especially when only one is covering the A site. And especially when you've got the bomb planted. Uh-oh. Sinners. Can you recover it? Oh, you might not be able to. A trade.
Ooh.
Leaves Roger in the one-on-one. Oh, B-Stick doesn't have his gun out. You can't have that. HG. A bit too far outwards. B-Stick doesn't capture it. He doesn't know his opponent could be so close. He thinks he's tucked into Tetris, which allows Roger to go ring around the Rosie and surprise him, runs out of bullets. No freaking way. Back to the Deagle. Spray across the box. But Roger will not drop. Only 12 points of health, and he gets it done.
That is ridiculous. And yeah, finally, he sort of breathes. You see on the cam there, he's holding his breath. What a ridiculous round. I mean, B-Stick fumbles it completely in the 1v1. He had a freebie if he just kept his gun out. Switched to the nade on the wrong timing and then didn't realise that Roger had slipped around. And whilst it was perfectly played, he then whiffs as well. Has to get it done with the Desert Eagle. Final bullet in the clip as well. Just bonkers. Didn't seem like B-Stick had the info that Roger was low either.
True. It looked like B-Stick didn't have a lot of info. You know, he was... Yes.
It's one of those games, isn't it? It's one of those games.
Thumbs up. It's Mirage. You know, it's gonna happen. It's the third map of the series, Mirage. Mirage first and Mirage third is a completely different story.
Mirage second is what? Child's Play. It's rookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit of both, but this is this is exactly what you want it to be.
Well, I always love to see it. Bomb down though, 3v3. Still feels obtainable. And I mean, it's kind of only obtainable if Partizan make these mistakes, right? Kindo aggresses into B-Stick and is looking the wrong way. Could have gone sour instead. Corner gets cleared. Morisco and Zedko now with a near impossible task. No kit, no Kevlar, no clue. Scout, lands the no scope, but nothing more. Morisco has found a headshot, to be fair. Has identified there's another in CT. And he's been a bit of a criminal. He's been a bit of a demon when it comes to these one leagues, but I can't find another right there. Partizan make it 4. And really start to solidify a bit of a lead here.
Both of the sides have been a little bit guilty of making mistakes. Unnecessary ones, at that. I think Partizan have been a little bit better at punishing them. For example, just now, even though Partizan won the round, Roga took a fight that he really didn't have to. It was a 1v2. But Morisco, he was one dig away from turning it into a 1v1 and going towards the bomb.
Yeah.
You know, unnecessary, but still worked out for Partizan. It's just that, you know, you can't have that keep happening. So, still very much a game on a nice edge. Especially when Morisco takes chances like this.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's been quite prevalent. Even in map 1 too, just Sinners staying composed and in situations where, you know, it's pretty unlosable, making sure that that remains the case. It has felt like Partizan have kind of given opportunities that maybe they shouldn't have, and that round there was a good example of it, right? If they just don't face, then there's no way they lose the round. The second they start peaking, even though it's unlikely, you open up the doors of possibility for Morisco to do something crazy. He's very capable of doing so. Collins, good molly. Here's the ticks of damage as well. Has that info. Doesn't want to peek for the fight. Zedko. On the other side of this smoke. Or gets the timing. It's perfect.
Throws down a flash as well. It's well timed with the dissipation of the smoke. So Partizan being played with right now. Sinners very much in control of the A side. And you've got to say that Morisco is on fire right now.
He's kind of been charging up, hasn't he? And finally, he's at full capacity. First map, he really struggled. Second, he looked better. And third, he's looking fantastic. Shock as well. You know, top of the scoreboard, he's going 7 and 5. He's finding big impact kills. Round number 7 is another one that really needs to go their way. It's a force buy out of Partizan. Not too much to work with, but a couple of key pieces that could turn the tides. Roga with that AWP, Dragon with the AK, and Roga saw the arm, doesn't pull the trigger, and then whiffs the shot. Second opportunity. Oh man, that should have been an early entry.
Yeah. He's going to be thinking about that for a while, but you can't afford to. Put it behind you and try to find other avenues for success. Sinners give away the mid-prio. As they decide it's a little bit too expensive to hold on to it right now. You know, the situation for Partizan could be weird, but a couple of well-placed rifles could be the difference. Dragon already infiltrating Nest. The rest of the Partizan looking to line up utility for a potential short cross. No, it's even a cross back into apartments. They've got 50 seconds, so the world is their oyster. Plenty of opportunities. But it looks like it's going to be a B here, and Sinners have only got 2 players lying in wait. Pepper's the first one. Crucial AWP in hiding. Dragon. Oh, he's being noisy about it. Way. Peepo, though, with the pick. Turns his attention to short. No information relay. Doesn't matter, though, as Sinners collect their shots. Peepo. Here's the command dropping with a USP. But still, job done. Collins and Roga retaliate, and now the A side, the B side rather, could very much be their own, but they don't really have much time to safety. Get the bomb down 6 seconds. Roga closing in 4 seconds. Nope, bomb not going down. This is a Sinners round, but at least he'll try and
Don't
survive.
die
for
off the
orb.
time. Oh, what?
He gets away. He gets away.
That is ridiculous. But okay. I love it. Sinners, regardless, still make it work. A couple of mistakes made there. They get it over the line. Some beautiful shots by Peppo. B-Stick providing that support. Was running low on bullets, and you could sort of see he wanted to reload for ages, but knew that at any given moment he could press R and they swing into it.
Bless you.
Thanks. I actually managed to mute on stream before I did that, so you're just,
Cool.
You sound crazy, but I did sneeze.
I just sound like a bishop. It's like, bless you, my child. Bless you.
Thanks. Oh, and Roga just sneezed as well. Oh my god, it's contagious.
It's scound.
Through the PC. Oh my god, no one's safe.
Damn. No one's safe. We're doomed. Yeah, that's COVID-20. Yeah. How does that work for a pandemic? If things travel to, viruses travel through technology.
Wrap yourself in bubble wrap.
Wrap yourself in bubble wrap. The
Lock
only way
yourself
to
in
be
a
safe.
box. Airtight box.
Oh man. The only way of human survival is by touching grass. The gaming kind is doomed.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Shaky buys all across the board mostly. Sinners barely being able to muster a decent one.
Yeah, this has been really back and forth, and actually the rounds that have been won have often come with a lot of casualties. So, yeah, finances are all over the place for both of these teams. And even though Sinners definitely have the better buy here, they also have their own problems. And if they can't win it, then they're going to be in a real sore spot money-wise too. A big early advantage. That's Dragon gone. He's been a key player in this series, but so far in this map, he's yet to do any damage.
Ooh. Yeah. Always catches you with that, doesn't it? Ooh, look at that. How does Collins get away with that? Morisco, though. Leaving no prisoners. Enough of that. Although Partizan with the nest play, and many a times, alerting to situations like that, but that is maniacal. Suddenly giving Partizan a way in. An extra rifle to play with. And an isolated player on the A site, sure. Assistance could arrive shortly, but they do not arrive in time. Down to a 2v2 spray and find a kill here. Ooh.
Oh no, there's not time for this either.
Oh, they know where they're toying with him, but he needs to go for the barn. And it's meaning that Zedko goes. That was weird. Very weird. But Sims collect it, nevertheless.
It was like Roga was just letting it happen. He was sort of expecting the wide peak, and then the jiggle came. Didn't bait out the shot of the AWP. It was so bold, but obviously, he just had to deny that plant. The round was over, and Roga just didn't even pull the trigger. Ah, that's unfortunate. Timer just plaguing him. If they had a few extra seconds, then they would have taken the time to double up, commit to that CT fight. Maybe even fake the plant, but no such luxury granted. And Sinners, once again, it's a round that they win, but it's a round that comes down to the wire. So this time, they're even worse off with the buy. They got 2 MP9s, and Emmy manages to find the timing through the smoke, gets the kill, can't grab the weapon, not just yet. Yeah, he's going to be mollied off again, so has to sit put, but man advantage.
Mostly side out in mid. And he does make a few steps, so indicates some presence. Tech 9 shot. Cisco's got to be careful, right? Because he doesn't really have a connector player to sort of work around this mid-tempo with. So he's got to be diligent. Shock gives the call that the cross is in. gets back on time. Very nicely done. The fact that he's away with his life and he's got control of ticket booth is massive. Dragon, though, is able to bring it back. These smaller guns pack quite the punch. But the start of the show is shock this round. But maybe not enough. Doesn't shine bright enough. Beastic, the leader, criticized for his lack of performance. Could be the saving grace, but not this time. Alright, but they ease it ahead.
I love the sacrificial play from Loga there as well, saying, look, I'm going to jump out. I'm going to sway his crosshair way off course. And Dragon, you just make sure you swing and trade me, right? And even though he's had a weak start to the game, and prior to that round, he had 0 kills, he's found a triple at a very important time. And he converts that final in the 1v1. It's a decent go at it from Beastic. But just falls short. They're going to call a pause before going into this next. Talk things over. Shock doing something off cam. They're all tilted to the right, aren't they? Maybe they're on a bit of a slope.
League for Contenders, isn't it? So many skirmishes, not okay.
And this is the punishment that comes. They've won 3 rounds in a row, and you'd expect their money to reflect that, but it doesn't. And this is the punishment that comes with having victories, but close victories. They find themselves in a position now where it's kind of got to be a full eco, but then they're only getting a 1900 loss, so for most of them, that's fine. For Morisco, it's kind of not really enough. I think they just eat the full eco here, but there is also semi-justification to for some kind of force here, but yeah, it does seem like they're just going to save all their pennies. So Partizan, more than likely, will be teed up for a 6th, and that will give them a good half at the very least.
Should be smooth sailing here for Partizan. The only result is holding. Yeah, you're not too scared putting that next foot forward and then the next. Bomb left behind. Getting a little bit too true again. But yeah, this dealt with swiftly. I guess all Zedko's trying to do is disrupt the bomb and plan an extra pick. He might be able to do that. Oh, he's been checked. Never mind.
Yikes.
Flawless by Partizan, not dropping a single. Finally being able to build some sort of economy.
That's going to come in handy going into these last couple of rounds as well. Sinners buying back, even if they do win this one. Partizan will have enough in the tank. Let's go into the final of the half. Ready to go again though. Emmy tosses away that Mac 10. Doesn't want it. Comes into the AK, knows that there's still going to be enough cash regardless on the other side of things. At first glance, it looks like a strong buy. You got the rifles, you got that AWP, but peel back the layers, you realise that there are some problems. There's not a single kit. There's not a lot of util. No one with the helmets, that's okay. That Mac 10's not in play anymore, but it could have been. Beastic just on the jump spots. Waiting for the contact here in the apartments. It does seem like B will be the destination of choice for Partizan, but they're taking their time with it.
They are. I mean, Sinners got the throw ability, though, because they don't have much of it. They're happy with it, so holding on to it for now. So this flash is likely to be it out. Doesn't come out, so it doesn't even give an indication of what the pit looks like for power. They don't quite have the picture. They don't show up for some extra cross map. But that's exactly what they do. Morisco's head cracked wide open.
Dragon was far too ready for that one. Wasn't going to allow the information play to be gained. Creep up into the apartments though. Peppo on the angle. Should have been a shot he's hitting, but narrowly misses. Now he's under pressure. They're holding in from all sides, and I thought he'd get the shot off on that second and perhaps do further damage. Instead, It's a 4v2. Zedko's got a good spot for this, but now been seen. Shock's found a kill though.
And he's putting a lot of pressure, right? He's turned the attention of 2 players, but doesn't react and can't use the element of surprise. The flush out.
Oh.
Collins is there to collect. So, but albeit some heroics coming through from certain individuals, they are just not in. And with 1 round remaining on the half, Partizan seems that.
That's really well played from Collins there as well. Even in the 2 versus 1, just being nice and exposed, ready to take the fight. It's an awkward off angle. Knows if he sort of hides away, there's a chance that Zedko can escape out of the apartments and maybe still win those duels. There was a bit of time for him to work with. Morisco, aggressive, down into underpass, but the first shot's been connected. It's onto Shock, wiped out early. He has answered our prayers, but the harder hitters from earlier on have started to disappear, fade away. Kindo. And another kill found, a great molly as well. And Roger's AWP still firing on all cylinders. This looks like it's going to be an 8th here for Partizan. Once again, they've just squeezed their way back into the driver's seat. Nice shot.
Yeah, where they comfortable, right? Because we know Sinners can definitely muster up a comeback. You can't just be pleased with what you've done so far. You've got to go the full 9 yards. But they've succeed in this step. 8-4. Double the amount of rounds Sinners have accumulated. Not many remain until they can not only put Mirage behind them, but this entire series. A pistol will be splendid for either of the sides.
Yeah, remember, this was the half-time score on Nuke. Sinners were able to take the pistol round and claw it all the way back, not only to 8-8, but actually to take the advantage and be the first to find that 9th round. But I think Nuke is a very, very different beast, right? And especially that CT side. Now they're here on their attack of Mirage, and they've got to try and do the same. It is a mountain to climb, but one that's still obtainable, especially here in MR12. These comebacks just seem far more possible than they ever were in CSGO. Early presence in the B apartments, but 2 on an adventure through underpass down to this mid window and caught out. Oh, that's awkward. How has Dragon not found that kill?
Yeah, he's hurting himself for that one. Can't focus on it too much though. As soon as looking to triple up through short. Dragon forced to fall back. Emmy trying to hold it out from bench, but it's Morisco to find the first blood, and he'll double up, continue giving his teammates confidence to go even further. They do not drop a player. Now that is a statement play into the second half of this game.
Bit of BM out of Morisco as well. Not often we see a teabag, but
gotta love it.
Yeah, bit of confidence. That's what they need. It's 3rd map. I mean, it's a fairly low stakes game. It's a round 1 matchup, but you know the compass format's always very forgiving. You are allowed a slow start in the tournament. It's not singular limb. You're not going to be sent packing straight away, but there is a lot of pressure on just the idea of making a statement, of kicking off the tournament the way you want it to continue, especially for, to be honest, either of these teams, but I feel especially for Sinners. These guys are a team that are kind of quite headstrong and looking to win the whole thing, right? It's not just about being here and performing well. I think these guys are a contender to take one of the top spots. And
sure, yeah. With all the bar points in as well. Like, you want to be joining as many tournaments as possible, playing as many games as possible to improve, especially with new additions. But placements matter, and you can't overwork yourself. So you want to be able to get into the next stages, get more prize money. You know, the quicker you can, the better.
Yes, yeah, and I'd argue quality over quantity when it comes to the Valve points and stuff like that as well. I'm not 100% sure sort of the nuances of how they work.
Same.
Yeah, I think winning events does a whole lot more for you than just constantly pumping them out and playing them. Gamble stack on B does not pay off. USPs all going to funnel through short. Beppo doesn't want to overdo it. He knows if he repeats, they're all going to be on his angle, so calls in for a bit of support. Boost over the top. Oh, I like that. That is, yeah, quite innovative from Dragon. Not going to be able to grab that AK by the looks of things, but it's good damage dealt regardless. It will be recovered. And there's kind of no need for Partizan to feed here. You know, if they feel like they've got an advantage and they can win a duel, stick together, then go for it. But I'm actually going to press in, try and grab this rifle. They kind of get away with it. Kindo could grab it here, I think. No, he's too far away. Okay, not going to happen. He's not going to go back in for it. It's only a Galil anyway.
True. Yeah, you don't want to risk it altogether. Especially when you know you've got a buy coming anyway after, when you know you're getting M4s.
He wasn't really risking anything, I guess.
No, yeah, you're right.
Just doesn't want to die. It's a mentality thing.
Sometimes having confidence of a lesser death score, having less numbers under that score when you press tab, you know, it might make you more confident. I know.
I'm the opposite. If I check the scoreboard and I'm playing well, I panic. That's it. It's finished for me. I don't get another kill.
So don't look at the scoreboard?
Yep, I'm buying tab. Oof, Emi. Lucky that he hasn't even caught a bullet there. He's still full HP. And it's such a nice bait. They're surely not going to expect Dragon on the balcony.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine there'll be another player here. And that's exactly why Dragon gets the element of surprise and the advantage on that trade. So Partizan are in pole position currently. There's still a while to go. Catwalk taken up. Apartments as well. Dragon in a good position, spotted, chunking down on damage. He himself is not too troubled, somehow nearly taken down an opponent on his way to retreat. But Sinners keep their players alive, which is important as they try to take over the B site. Collins needs a pick. He needs 2 picks. Maybe give Partizan a bit of an edge when it comes to this retake, but with the bomb going down, Sinners have got the majority of players.
Yeah, B-Stick's made a glass here, but you're right, the numbers count. Just in how many angles have to be cleared here from Partizan, but the first one delivered. Now a 3v3, B-Stick still on a slither of health, and the spams come through, but Collins is running out of bullets, and he doesn't want to reload. He's just going to commit to the fight, and it's not going to work. In unison, they peak, and all 3 find a kill. 8-7, Sinners still bringing this back.
I mean, that's mighty good, right? Partizan having a buy-in and then disrupting that instantly is exactly what Sinners need to net this comeback. They've already got on the 3 out of the 4 required, and the 4 is arm's reach. A moment taken. Not many words are being uttered from Sinners IGL, B-Stick, but that's quite the opposite for Emi. He's having his word with the team. Things that need to be corrected, mistakes being made. We've seen a few of them so far. But finally being punished, I think that's the answer. I think that's where things have changed. Partizan have been playing on a pretty steady level, I'd say. But I think Sinners have just stepped up in the past few.
Yeah, Emi was really getting into it. We started seeing hand gestures before we skipped away.
Hey, it's the Balkans, man. You know, people get very emotional and use their hands when they speak, okay?
I like it. Really adds emphasis.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, a half buy here from Partizan, so low expectations, I guess. Likely that things will tie up. It'll be that buy round in the next that they were preparing for, cooking up a strategy. maybe to change their configuration. I like the aggression into ramp. That's going to give them some valuable information and should really put a rotation off, but it hasn't just yet. I'm still worried about this mid control.
Important bit of space to have under your domain. But if you've given so much away, it may not be that important at the end of the day. Sinners creep walking their way into the B site, tiptoeing ever closer to where the bomb needs to go down. Pressure being inflicted by Shock towards the other end, keeping Partizan players busy. But inevitably the push comes in, and it's Partizan to come out on top with players, and the AKs aren't in reach for them to gather, potentially giving them an in for this retake. This is what Partizan needed. A couple of picks in rifle collections, and now they're in the conversation.
It's a little bit awkward though. There's no kit, there's no util, and the one man that's got that AK is Roger, who doesn't have the Kevlar, but Dragon puts those apprehensions to bed, and they've got a man advantage. Surely they go for this.
Both players, same position. Both looking to the back of this bench. Up against the three of Partizan. B-Stick holding on. Good little spray transfer. Now he needs to continue with the rest. They don't expect Pepper to be here though. And that's why he'll have the element of surprise. Kindo, all to himself. Same angle as his predecessor. And there you have it. Partizan only starting things off with pistols, but they get to deliver all finishing blows onto Sinners. Unfortunately, no time for the defuse, but that's a lot of damage to make.
You can sort of see a bit of disappointment there from Partizan. At the end of the day, that's a fantastic round, right? An effective eco. And they found all 5 kills. They've come out of there with an AK, bolstered up this buy. Now they just need to do the same again. I like the reactive play. I like just them taking a bit of initiative. It's felt like they've been very stale, very stagnant, and Sinners have abused that. In that last round, Partizan, they went for the early ramp control. They took that information. When they discovered that no one was present, then they started to prioritize on that mid control. They crunched in from both sides. They found those kills and then went for the B rotation on the retake. And you know, it wasn't even necessarily that they didn't have time. They only didn't have time because they didn't have a kit. In a buy round like this, where there is one present, that would have been their round. Slower stuff again, though. Minute 20. And Sinners are just given so much legroom. I mean, look at this. Like, they've just been given mid for free. Roger's got an AWP and he's not contesting it.
Oh, free real estate, for sure. The plan is clear. An A split. And Kindo is made into pudding. Dragon trying to muster a meal of his own. But finding grave difficulty. Sinners have unraveled this A site as they please. And Partizan bending to their opponents' will.
Makes a real mess of the kitchen while he's making that meal.
Yeah.
Mum
Got
comes
to
in,
clean up
shoots
the
him in
station,
head.
man.
Stop making a mess. It's a bit extreme.
Clean as you go. Yeah, my girlfriend always criticises me that I'm not a very clean cook.
I am actually just the worst, I think. I kind of turn into like Gordon Ramsay and I just start like flicking the pan and stuff going everywhere, and then I take the spices and I throw them into the pan, and yes.
She always says, "Why are you in a hurry? What are you trying? You're trying to make this meal for?"
It's part of the mindset.
It's part of the mindset, isn't it? You're just like, oh, chop, 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 chop. Get the pan. You know, you got to swirl around. You can't use a spoon. You got to use a pan. It's part of it, you know.
Yeah, I cook my dinner like I'm pumping out meals for 60 people. And I'm in a high pressure Michelin star restaurant.
It matters. Every second counts, like watching The Bear.
Uh-huh.
Have you watched that show? Pretty damn good, by the way.
I haven't like watched all of it, but I know what you're talking about. I've seen trailers and stuff.
Should. It's a good one.
Okay.
Probably will give you depression, but it's good. You probably think you've already got that check.
All right, let's go.
On we go for Counter-Strike, though. Here we go. Let's see what these teams can cook up.
Dragon. He picked it up, hasn't he? He had a really slow start, and these past few rounds, he's looked much better. Beppo's AWP routing through underpass. It's an unorthodox route to take with the big green. He's hoping to catch someone off guard. Dragon, for now, none the wiser. As the jump comes up, fires off the shot, lands the tag. No major damage, but Roga certainly will deliver it.
Ooh, okay. But there is retaliation. The Orps doing some work. Dragon's position is a critical one. If he can come out of this unscathed. Oh, it would be massive, but Basic reads it. And he's put his team on his shoulders, asking them to follow, leading by example, looking to march into this B site. Collins, though, holding out for now. Oh, but wait a minute. The fact that Zedko's crossed all the way behind enemy lines and he's got the flank covered means that there's rotation possibilities into the A site. But what they do not know is that Kindo's lurking out on ramp. Multiple levels to this round. Anything can happen, but ramp is checked. Kindo needs to play this timing correctly. Peppo, bomb down as Connector is under Sinner's control, but no, both Partizan players win their picks. Bomb is planted, but Basic is left to do it by himself. Surely they now know where he is. Gets the first pick. Doubles up as well. Taking matters into his own hands. Swings with his knife out. He is a madman. But can he get another one here? Yes, he can, he says. Takes his time. Knows to be patient. That is a captain's game. Orb shot missed. And it's all down to timing. Basic takes a big chunk off of his opponent. Knows that only one bullet will have to do. And as there is no kit, there is no time. Basic will be coming out on top.
Oh, that is ridiculous. We almost saw him pull off one of those earlier on as well. 1 kill away from the 1v3. This time, it's a 3k and the clutch. Couldn't quite finish off Kindo. He made a bit of a mess of it, but that's fine. For him, it's just about delaying. It's about periodically poking his head up, checking that Kindo's not on that defuse. And if he is, then getting him off of it. Sinners hit double digits. They keep up this streak, and that momentum just follows. Even when it looked like they were going to be broken there. They prevail, and I think it just starts to get in your head a little bit if you're Partizan. They've had zero success on their CT side. They're yet to taste what a win, a victory feels like on their defense. And even though it was so close, it feels so far. Almost unobtainable. It's such a good first half, but this has been anything but.
And into the breach we go again. With Roga trying to take matters into his own hands by aggressing. He's got Kindo nearby. A man to give him confidence. A plan B. So Sinners, with an early casualty, having to rethink the matter.
Dragon, he's played this angle before. It should be anticipated. He's low. Sorry, he's not low. Kindo's low. Kill's already been found onto Shock, though. They are going to try and re-aggress. Try and regain this mid-control. Big kill. Oh, no, timing. It's weird. It's awkward. And Morisco whiffs his shot. That was a really good opportunity, and it's been fumbled.
Frustrating, for sure. You've got to look past it. Oh, dear me. Yeah, the timing's getting better, the better off Sinners right now. Partizan have started to look on the right side of luck. But they're also looking a lot more solid and provoking Sinners at everything they attempt, both mid and ramp. Partizan have been everywhere. And now, so far behind, and players, they will have to give this one over, giving Partizan finally a say on the CT side.
I just hope it doesn't knock their confidence, right? That was a round that was kind of just unlucky, if I'm being honest. Much like round number 18 on Nuke, where Peppo clutched it, didn't have time on the defuse. Obviously, there were multiple factors that went wrong there, but ultimately it came down to just poor timing, right? And if they can bounce back off of this, okay, they kind of have to drop down to a low buy here. That's fine, let the scoreline tie up. But then in the next buy round, go back to winning ways, go back to the success that they were finding before, then fine. If they have the same problem that they had on Nuke, this could be the start of something special from Partizan. Emmy, backside. Under pressure, heard him coming. Bomb's been left behind in TV though, so they can't necessarily commit. A big shot from Roger will stop them in their tracks. No trade either. That's the rifle down.
Yeah, even though Sinner's had quite the streak of rounds, it's mind-boggling the fact that they lose one and instantly drop to their knees. Economically, at least speaking.
Yeah.
Zedko. Not dropping to anyone's knees. Bending those bullets to his will.
Yeah.
2v3. Oh, Bomb is making its way towards the B site. Coast is cleared. Zedko's kept everyone busy. But B-Stick, you've provided 1v3 before. Can you do it again?
Surely not. Oh, did get a glimpse. Yeah, he has reacted to it. Didn't seem like he had, but I guess the teammates communicated it. Timing's good. 2v1, this is doable.
Is he ready for this? Doesn't know that no one is towards short. And Dragon's got the angle covered. It was a difficult situation to be in, but you know what? We like it when B6's confident. Anyway, double digits for Partizan means that we are in equilibrium in this series as a whole. Not only we are 1-on-1 in maps, but we are on 1-0-1-0 in on the scoreboard in Mirage. 3 required from either of the teams to put this series in their bag.
And finally, our prayers have been answered. There's a bit of consistency. Everybody on the server right now within 7 kills of each other. If we look back at these previous maps, on map 1, Shock was 4 and 15, whilst Zedko and Peppo were doing the lifting. Map 2, B-Stick was 3 kills, 3 and 17, whilst again, Peppo and Morisco were doing the lifting. Now, everybody on the same page, everybody's pulling their weight. It's 10-10. And it's going to be a brawl for these final 3 rounds. Overtime does seem like a possibility right now. Peppo scoped in with the AWP. He's got Morisco coming up here. Connector. He's about to walk into a crossfire. Might be able to still isolate these fights. Takes the dink. No. Teammate drops. Oh, that's huge from Collins.
That is really good from Collins. Everything that was required, he gets done. And now Sinners, that was a play interrupted, right? They had the play through connector. They wanted the disruption to come from that position, especially that they've had 3 players there. It should have been a brunt of this force. And then the follow-up. Oh, sorry, but B-Stick is online. We've got to pay attention. Zedko is also available. And he's been one mighty fella this series. This round ain't over just yet. B-Stick going even further. Dragon, there's no way he's going to expect this, is he? Bomb going down and B-Stick so close to this. Will this be 3-5? No, it will not. B6 sprays. Zedko sideline. Not right there yet. 11 HP. This is tough. Knows that the AWP might be the solution. But the smoke is where things get even more complicated. Partizan, they were patient. And they had the patience to go for this comeback. They will now be on an 11th round and finally have the lead from their opponents.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, very well played from Partizan. I like that smoke at the end as well. That was pretty perfect. Shame that Zedko couldn't do his bit after he got off planting that bomb. He had a pretty routine engagement there towards the top of stairs and just fumbles the duel. B-Stick hitting some crazy shots again. That felt very winnable, especially after winning that CT fight. Shadow poking around the corner. The sun can just be a cruel mistress here in Counter-Strike nowadays. Give up your position without you even knowing it. Sinners are going to call a pause. I don't blame them. They got to talk things over. They got to patch what's going wrong. It's a carbon copy of what happened on Nuke. They won the second half pistol. They were 8-4 down at the halfway point. They won the second half pistol. They stringed together a plethora of rounds. They looked like the better team. They looked like it's unlosable. And then they have a little hiccup, an unlucky bump in the road, and they lose all that confidence. And now they're on course for the rocks, and they need to steer this ship back to where it needs to be.
They've definitely shook the ship. Sinners fighting to not be a shipwreck at this point, trying to patch all the holes. You can see B-Stick in his cam trying to shove water off the desk. I don't know if it was water he was trying to... I don't know. Could it be mortar? Let's go with that, because it goes very well with the ship thing. Galil on Peppo, the rest just pistols.
Okay. Well, again, and I feel like a broken record, we've had our fair share of rounds like this work out with just the Tech 9s. It'd be disastrous for Partizan if this ends up being one of them. Good HE though, it's going to do a big old chunk of damage. Boost from Dragon doesn't work this time. But Kindo's there to pick up the pieces, knows there's a second in the corner, and Dragon delivers. A two-man advantage out onto the A site. A chance for them to get this bomb planted, but it's going to be such a hard post plant to hold on to.
Should be said and done here for Partizan. But they are taking their time. And as long as this bomb keeps ticking, it gets a little bit more difficult for them. Any odd kills, any distractions could result to their fall. But they're careful, they're diligent, and they end up with a defuse as well. That will be the 12th, leaving them on match and series points against the Czech squad of Sinners.
Yeah, this is nuts. Partizan with 4 on the bounce, and now 2 opportunities to close this out. At the very least, we will see overtime here. Now, to be honest, again, I think Sinners would probably have their fingers crossed. They'd be praying that that round could have gone their way, but at the end of the day, given the tools they had to work with, a bomb plant, 3 kills isn't bad at all. They need more now. They've got the guns back, though. Marisco. Top mid, deploying the nades. A bit of a deterrent. Collins doesn't want to regress any further. Knows that he doesn't need to. The bomb on its way to A.
Collins, what can you do here? You've got to hold down the fort, and that he does. A blockade to this A site, but can the other doors block Sinners from entering? Kindo, slapping shock down. But there's still one Sinner remaining in that proximity, and he's flown under the radar. Over to Palace, considering the drop. And now thinking to move into the site altogether. How do Sinners play this out? Everyone is so disjointed across the map. Scattered. And there might be a 1v1 coming right now from Kindo and B-Stick, but it's B-Stick to be in the sneakiest of the corners. And still, Partizan, no idea what the plan for Sinners is.
Yeah, with B-Stick sat in TV, you sort of expect them to be trying to group up towards B. It's unfortunate Marisco loses that duel. He had plenty of time, plenty of opportunity there. But the CT had their back turned, but a clinical shot out of B-Stick should seal the deal. Collins, 1v2. Doable. He's got the money to throw himself at it as well. He'll give this a crack. Just identified B-Stick, but the molly adds complications, and he might just want to back this off. No, he'll play right through. Can't hit the head. And B-Stick keeps Sinners alive. That was a key round and a key step up for him to find a 3K. So patient. You never really expect, when the round boils down as low as it does, to have someone from the CT side pushing all the way through T-spawn. B-Stick does. Guy's a genius.
I love that we really criticised him earlier, right, for his weak performance on Nuke, where, well, he had a weak performance on Ancient as well, right? It was quite, you know, with a little bit more to be desired. But now, I think he took that all personally and said, okay, well, I'm here to join in the fragging. I'm here to play this game called Counter-Strike.
Took offense, man. Turned on the stream during the 10-minute break and was like, oh, I hope they're saying nice things about me. And then heard us and was like, oh, man. Now he's
Well,
getting his revenge. His little I told you so. Yeah. I'm all for it.
Time to perform. Don't want to get kicked.
Yeah. You couldn't kick the beast.
No, you could not. Still Partizan with a lead here. Both in rounds and in players currently.
Second all for the first time. It's an interesting dynamic as well, because Dragon used to be the primary AWPer before they brought Roger in. So you've got two AWPers on this team. And this could be the right call, or it could be the demise of them when we go to OT. We'll see. Here comes the B execute.
It comes a little bit slow, but Peppo is the first one to drop. Not collected just yet, but both Emmy and Roger make it work. Zetko on the back line, though. Is the CT player going to notice him? No, there's no CT player actually coming in through jungle, catching one player by surprise, but Dragon is there. And B-Stick, although he's been popping off for the past few, a 1v4 seemed way too far away from his reach. 13-11, Partizan.
Of these bigger sides. And that's exactly what we saw today.
Yeah, the tier 2 scene is a grind. There's no way going around it. You've got to stick through this and, you know, try and improve. And the fact that Partizan are being able to do it as the roster they are currently for the past while is impressive, right? To be able to stick around with all these permutations going on and on mutilations rather. With all these teams switching every so often. But no, they've been able to do it. And they get the win against Sinners, giving them an extra win here in the contender stage of YaLLa Compass. And yeah, that's it for that series. There's more to follow here at Compass. Stay tuned. But yeah, that's it from us for now. See you next.